AC for my tankiness.
No, you just rely on a massive pool of HP.
God, so many hit points.
Apparently.
So many hit points.
Endless hit points.
All the hit points.
That's fine. I'm compensating, reacting, pivoting, adjusting.
Hitting
I can't
harder.
pivot too hard.
Right. For every hit point that you get, the monsters get 2 more.
Please no.
I mean, that the boss you just defeated had 400 hit points that you churned through twice because she got them all back when she came back up. Yeah.
I told a coworker, I was just like, yeah, this last boss probably had like 500 hit points.
Oh, she was sitting at around, it was like 406, 405. Let me look, tap back over. Yeah, 405 was her max.
And then you had to do it again.
Yeah,
but
and then you
with
had to do it again because
resistance.
she got all of it back with resistance. So it was a total of about 1,200 damage that needed to be done, minimum, as you defeated Vestariel. So,
For
to
the
rewind
third
just
time.
a little bit, for the third time, yes. We began last session, as long as everyone's good to go. Everyone got everything
Yes.
started, ready, fired up.
Yes.
Indirectly asking you.
Yes. I know.
Also, if your computer is working with you today, Earth, or fighting.
Oh no, it's never gonna work with me. This thing is old as fuck.
Do you have yours back up going, Fox?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then we are good to go. Then, as we picked up last game, still within the massive fire ant that is conveying you guys from where they found you near the exit of the Firedale to the Earthdale, back to Farastiel, in the hopes that you could help liberate their city, as it had become overtaken and ruled by an amethyst dragonborn. And when you heard that, you knew how rare these creatures were, and to have one show up in your way seemingly out of nowhere, there was only one answer to that question. You had done some scrying and some looking into it to find that, yes, Vestariel, once an angel of Kegram Vog, then the Black Worm Speaker, laid low, and now risen champion of Tiamat and bearer of both destruction and the corrupted love of Bahamut, now ruled over Farastiel like a beloved queen, her people seemingly lost to her will. You discussed ways of entering Farastiel, as the giant turtle tends to prove an interesting city to have to breach, and pretty much landed on the idea that you were going to have to see what you were walking into in order to make a proper plan, having your teleports failed. Your pilot, Zuamar, sensing the... oh God, what is the word for it? The haste necessary in this situation, opted to, instead of taking you guys around the rocky and craggy destroyed mountainscape that bridged the gap between where you currently were and Farastiel, as well as the center of the Tail of Fire, he chose to pilot the ant through this destroyed mountainscape, leaping from cliff face to cliff face, much to the chagrin of the captain of the ship, Amaji. Though Amaji figured that risk was going to be necessary if they were to liberate their home, and that was necessary. Zuamar managed to get you guys through, and as you approached the ridge of the massive caldera in which Farastiel sat, you began to take in the scale of what was happening here, as I put you on a map and had you as a tiny little dot to represent where you were.
Tiny little living space.
You guys opted to descend down the kind of caldera's ridged edge, the rocky cliff face that you had been on, using the climbing gear that was provided to you from Farastiel, given one, or not Farastiel, the fire ant, given another of the ridiculous amount of natural 20s you guys rolled on narrative things at the beginning of that game.
Well.
You were provided with plenty of carbon fiber rope and climbing gear that was kind of intended and designed for the heat here within the dale, and staying close to each other, descended down that cliff face. One of you, a tiny little firebird. You made it to the bottom after about an hour of descent as Rose became Rose again, and you looked at the mile or so gap that led to the massive leg that was kind of half splayed out and resting in a pool of lava, as the turtle itself was not elevated off the ground, its belly resting against the rocky surface with like little gouts of fire and lava bursting out from beneath it. Unwanting to cross such a gap on foot, I'm assuming, Rose turned into an elk, beckoned everyone on board, and you managed to cross that gap quickly, and with the blessing of Earth carried by both Ken and Aerith, managed to leap across the boiling pit of lava, and with a little bit of dexterity saving throw and a little bit of extra tries, managed to
Yeah, it went fine.
ascend the lizard leg of Pharastio, which is still about the part that you guys ran up was about a hill as wide as a football field. We're talking about 100 meters wide, like in diameter. So it wasn't like it was a narrow leg that Rose was prancing up. It was chonky. As you reach the top, Elk Rose elevated Ken into the city, who found a small back alley to kind of pull everybody in before Eodos hit you all with that sweet, sweet invisibility. And utilizing that, as well as some really good stealth rolls, you guys began to cross the city of Pharastio. One mishap almost revealed your location to a couple of the mind-controlled Tabaxi commoners, and they began to investigate, but unable to see anything, and having you guys quietly waiting and hiding off in the corner, they eventually left, and you returned to the path provided you by Amaji. You approached Pride Rock, and as you did, you found that it wasn't just occupied by Vestariel. No, it had quite a few Tabaxi commoners, as well as fire-tempered Tabaxi lining the perimeter, as well as a couple of well-armed soldiers and a dancer providing entertainment for the crew. And as you approached, invisibility wore off, seeming was dropped, and the Wanderers of Starlight confronted Vestariel for the third time. She seemed to be expecting you. They're all kind of warned that you'll probably be showing up soon, and they know what to do. And as she beckoned to the sky for her lord and queen to bear witness to her glory and your destruction, the battle began.
Well, that's sad.
Didn't take
she
long.
Lied.
Huh?
She lied.
She boasted. She didn't lie. Lying would have meant that she knew the outcome. She made a boast. It was wrong. Fortunately, only one bit of collateral damage done, as the only thing that hit Vestariel before you managed to remove the crown, the corrupted circlet of Bahamut's love from her head, was a shatter from Ken that did not deal enough damage to remove the life from the poor, hapless commoner that it got shirked onto. But it did illuminate you all to the situation you were in, that she couldn't be hurt directly, and that anything done to her was probably going to be passed on to the people around her. You changed tactic, bringing down the sage so fast, so fast! Why so fast? As well as neutralizing the other Tabaxi as quickly as you could to keep them from fighting you, using non-lethal attacks as they reached that final bit of fighting spirit and physical strength. Eventually, given the combined efforts of a flash of genius, your bless and embolden bond, and the bardic inspiration from Rose, Ken was able to dispel the attunement of the corrupted crown from Vestariel and free the citizenry. From that point on, man, she had a time.
Gloves are off.
Aerith stole her crown, danced around a little bit with it, was eventually relieved of the crown. She managed to get it back momentarily before she was commanded to drop it, and when given the option between the crown that she couldn't really attune to right now and the hammer that she was breaking y'all's armor with, she opted to keep the hammer. But it meant she no longer had the crown, and you all snatched it up as quickly as you could. As you defeated Vestariel, that final blow slamming into her spine from behind as the thunder gauntlets relieved her of that last bit of life, hiding from beneath her death ward. Her spine shattered. She cried out to her goddess, her queen. The scars on her face, the claw marks that raked down from her eye to her jaw glowed with dark light, and Vestariel, puppeted by Tyranny, was risen once again. This time, speaking with a voice so filled with anger and malice, sounding like 5 voices speaking in unison over each other, she began to strike out with as powerful magic as she could muster. And dang it, y'all, your counter spells aren't supposed to be that good. You're supposed to have a 50-50 shot.
No.
But every time, there was a counter spell waiting. A few managed to go off, chain lightning, a cloud kill, flame
Which was
strike.
We were all immune too.
Right, man, that cloud kill. She tried 3 times. It
That was
finally went
awesome.
off and did nothing. So demoralized.
I wish I had remembered, because then I wouldn't have used a spell slot to counterspell it.
It's fine. A minute or so had passed, maybe 2. You had relieved the Tabaxi Knights, the King's Guard, who had become the Queen's Guard, from their mind control, and while Leon, the Breaker, attempted to help you, Aureus had instructed him instead to go and save the people. Selphie, who had taken Irvine, who had been unfortunately dealt lethal damage by Vestariel, who just didn't care anymore, picked up his body and kind of carried him over to the cliff face, where they descended down towards the stone entryway that you had originally come up, which was kind of this like looping hill ramp that goes around the back of Pride Rock. Leon gauged the situation, and in that moment, trusting you, turned his back and went to help his remaining cohort. The 5 of you smashed the shit out of Astario. Holy crap. And in the end, a sunburst removed what last bit of life and fury remained in her, leaving nothing but a smoking husk, standing kind of elevated by the burnt skin and flesh that had become almost petrified in the blast of sunlight and radiant energy, still roaring fury. You turned your attention then immediately to the corrupted crown. Gathering together the artifacts of Bahamut, you attempted to remove the corruption, but it was seemingly too powerful for the 3 of you combined. As you turned towards your remaining 2 allies, they brought in their own strengths and efforts, bolstering your conjoined willpower. And the 5 of you, together, managed to channel the strength given to you by the gods and everything you have learned and experienced in your time here, and purge the corruption of the Dark Crown, leaving behind a pure platinum circlet, thin, only about maybe 1/8 of an inch in diameter, with a single iridescent stone of like a pointed oval, like 2 points, and the sides are oval shaped, that radiated with a strange color that didn't seem even material. And as Ken held it in his hand, he heard the voice of justice in his mind, identify it as love. He took it and knew who it was intended for. And as he turned to face Rose and outstretched his hand, Rose was a little taken aback. questioned it for a moment before reaching out and taking the circlet in their hand, sensing that gentle warmth running through it and the connection to the people that they love, both here in this extremely swelteringly hot place. Like, I don't say it enough, but it's really hot here. Like,
Fucking hot.
toasty, high 90s, dry heat, hot. Places
Nice
that are
to
so
dry
far away.
heat.
Yeah, at least it's a dry heat. The
Summer
place is far
beers.
away. You kind of held that in your hand as you heard a loud sigh of relief and a gasp from the bottom of the hill as a revivify went off. I was thinking about it this week. Dancer forgoes all verbal components. You can't verbally cast. You have to dance in order to cast. So in order for her
You must
to
dance.
cast Revivify, she had to do herself a little tap step dance over
On
the
top
body
of the
of her
corpse.
friend. It's horrible.
You know.
it's so surreal. Oh man. But as you sit here, can everybody, because I love starting games with a perception check. Can everybody roll me a perception check? As Rose, you kind of hold the circlet in your hand, staring into that gemstone that twists almost like
Wow.
crystals in the Fey cavern, but without that rainbow light. It just seems like it's pure
God.
energy being held in shape. Good lord, everybody.
We're
Would we still
so
have
screwed and afraid.
You would still
Right.
have my D4 as well.
I think the
Oh, so
emboldened
then it's a
bond.
21 for me.
I think the blessed probably wore off, but
Yeah, the emboldened bond's 10 minutes though, right?
yeah.
Yes, so 32.
32, okay.
24.
That works well for Aureus. Let me go ahead and... Okay.
And I did great.
23.
I think that was a 2 on the die.
Oh, give me 1 second. There's so much I need to keep track of here. um, you can just say yes or no. I had sent you a message on Discord, Fox.
Oh, me? Oh, shit. Sorry.
It's all good. That's why I didn't think
The
you had
recording-
seen it.
Well, the recording suppresses the Discord notification, so I never hear anything go off.
Yeah, I turned that off.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure. That's what I was remembering, but it was years ago.
Yeah.
Why am I typing things like that?
You should be typing like this. Wow.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, so everybody else rolled well. Rose, as you are a little entranced at the moment, kind of staring into the circlet, into the gemstone in the front, you feel yourself, that place in your heart where they live, just longing a bit for them, and you rift it's kind of like your mind goes blank just for a moment. It's almost the cacophony of the city around you dies down into a silence. But for everyone else, you hear the panicked shouts of the citizenry running, cries and begging to stop. Not in pain. You can tell that much with a 24 and a 22 and a 21, a 32, that they don't seem to be in pain, but the voices that you hear are panicked. You can hear down at the base of the hill the gruff voice of Leon kind of pulling Irvine to his feet, and Irvine just brushing himself off. You hear, "They fucking hurt. I've never run into a weapon that hurt that bad. What do you think they hit us with?" They seem to be regretting having to fight you guys. And Aureus, you notice just... I think I sent that to you, right, Aureus? Did you get that? I didn't. It didn't send correctly.
I was gonna say, did I miss the notification?
Okay, hold on. Because it said, like, I sent it and it said I sent a message to myself, and it's because I think I sent it to Aureus, but
You are.
I am, like, that character sheet. Oh, wait, it's weird. But you see that one, right?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. So as you kind of can hear what's going on around you, that does stand out to you with 32.
Perceptive as fuck.
Right? So then I
Isn't
ask you
that
guys.
the necklace I gave?
Yes.
Is it
Well, you were
different?
making it.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
That was what I had to ask, Rose.
Gotcha.
I ask you all now, Wanderers of Starlight. What are you doing?
Long rest.
got-
No.
Yeah.
We gotta help
Go
the
to bed.
people because we still have those tempered guys running about.
Uh,
Yeah, we gotta figure out where they're going. And if they're...
We gotta be healed up too. I feel like.
Right. And what exactly do you want us to do about that in our current situation?
Stop them. Convince them to be like, hey, chill.
How?
I'm bleeding.
Yeah.
How badly are you bleeding?
I'm
Significantly?
around 25%.
Yeah, I'm almost. I'm only
Remaining.
slightly above a third of my max HP right now, so.
Can I medicine
Just
check
a
everyone
rat.
just to see
Sure.
how badly they're?
Roll me a medicine check.
What,
While he
you don't
does that-
believe us?
Right.
I need to figure out how
Clean it
bad
up.
so I can triage you guys. Be like,
Mhm.
all right, you need more healing. You don't need as much healing.
And I guess while he does that, how far away are the other three that we fought?
3. Yeah, right. You rolled a 3. So that cliff goes down about 25 feet.
Are they
it's-
within 120 of me?
Yes.
Can I send a message to? They said they were all like kind of saying each other's names out loud.
Yeah. I think that's why I had
Mhm.
come up with the
I'll
names in that moment as they were calling out each other's names.
I'll send it to the main, like the big guy, Leon. I'll just tell him to, hey, can you guys come back over here for a second?
Okay, roll me a persuasion check. With a 13 medicine, you can look around, and Aerith does look probably the worst off of your allies. You would then quickly gauge.
It got so quiet.
Eodos
Oh.
and Rose are about equal. Ken is showing like everybody's breathing heavy. Obviously, a minute and a half of heavy exertion. Jesus. 230 plus rolls in the first 20 minutes of the game.
Right.
It wins you. It kind of takes out like that like bolster from your sail, so you can tell that they're tired, but Aerith is showing the most physical wounds, and then I'd say Ken and Eodos are about equal on that one, or not Ken, Rose and Eodos, and then Ken seems to be doing the best of the four of them.
Gotcha.
Surprising no one.
You hear a kind of gruff from down below, and then I'll have him walk up. But you guys can go ahead.
All right, how much time do we have, do you think? Because I can do like a good, okay group heal, or I can do one really large single target heal. Or I guess two, but then I'd be out of spell slots, really.
I mean, I guess it depends on what's going on, but again, I not exactly in a position to fight a bunch of people, commoners or otherwise.
I thought I healed you a shit ton right at the end.
Yeah, you did. I almost died.
That's fine. I just double checking.
I'm at a good like third now, ish. From, I think the 1 HP or knocked out that I ended up last time.
All right, Aerith, let's get you up. This is gonna hurt a lot. All right, so
I'm scared
all
now.
that, all right, double that damage as health.
So
Double?
78.
Yes.
Damn.
I take that as damage. You double it and gain it as HP.
Ow.
Ow.
Jeez.
Yes.
You know.
Wait a minute.
That 7th level life transfer. It's
Oh.
Jesus.
Yes, it is.
Yikes.
What does that powerful of a life transference look like? Because as you said, this is gonna hurt.
You see like a golden light like coming off of me, and it looks like it's like draining away from me as it goes into Aerith.
Literally funneling your life into him.
Yes.
Poof. As you finish that heal, and Aerith, you feel that strength reinvigorate you. Your wounds no longer pounding as the blood rushes in your veins. You hear heavy, like, clinking chain, like chainmail rattling against itself as Leon approaches behind. Are you friend or foe?
Rosa like raise up one hand, not even looking at him, and like beckon him over. Just unless you attack us, we're fine. Get over here.
Kind of like pushes through the curtain. Can you tell us what is going on here?
Well, we can tell you parts of it, but I feel like you have a better idea of what's going on here than we do.
He looks over at the desiccated husk of Astariel and just growls.
Mind control, not so much fun.
No.
No offense taken for you hitting us first. As long as you don't do it again.
I don't have the strength to swing my sword. Don't worry.
Is your sage friend alright?
Looks over at you and closes his eyes and nods. Vine will be fine, thank you. I appreciate your aid. Though we are in desperate need of some concerted recovery. Who are you? How do you wield such power? I've never seen strength like yours. And he kind of like looks past everyone, and his eyes land on Eodos.
Fair.
No.
Yeah, that's kind of his thing. Just
We're just built for it, I guess. I don't really know what to tell you.
we got power. But the more important thing is what happened exactly. Do you remember everything while you were under, or is it kind of a
Hazy
blank?
dream.
Right.
Takes a step back. I actually have a stat block for him, so I can roll his +0 intelligence with Guy. Okay. It is like a nightmare that I'm trying to ignore. I can remember it if I try. But
Well, unignore it for a minute. We need to know.
Don't be so rude, Rose.
Yeah, it looks at past Rose at Aureus. Sits
It's
down on the
important.
stair. Just starts like rubbing his shoulder. It was several weeks ago. A month maybe. After, well, the Traveler and Ifrit's change. Terrastiel had become concerned, confused. We tried to help guide it, but the loss of its friend, an ally it had known for so long, angered it. She came seemingly out of nowhere, like a gift from the fire. At least that's how we saw. She walked into the city, and where she stepped, we felt calm. The rage of Farastiel calmed. Everything became her. We all were her. Like her mind sat within each of our hearts. He just winces. Weeks passed. The strange, unfortunate tempered walked the city unhindered, invited elementals in, and we did nothing. We danced, we entertained, we fed her, we praised. Till you came. Until today.
So that was it. She just came and made everyone love her. That sounds about right. Did she have any other plans? There were people in the streets talking about something, some plan. Something they were making for her or doing for her.
She demanded tributes to her glory.
Oh. Well, that's boring.
Sounds more like tributes to Tiamat.
Probably.
I do know that she moved Farastiel here. Kind of like looks down at the ground. And as he does, there's this sound. Like a deep rumbling call of a whale. Bassy, it reverberates through the space around you, reflecting and refracting off of the dome. As Leon's head perks up, you should brace yourselves.
Why?
Everybody who braced themselves, roll me a dexterity save.
I
at
brace.
advantage.
I
If you
brace.
didn't,
Yeah.
just straight. So if you take his advice, as Rose, you asked a question, so you're just
Yeah. No, I'm not.
Okay. You rolled very well.
I did.
Of
As
course, roll 20 is doing its thing.
Yeah.
Aw.
Come on, roll 20.
I like my desperate cry. I brace. I brace.
Brace!
So as you hear him, Aerith, and kind of like standing behind Rose and having this conversation, you reach out and grab onto the pillar next to you. Ken, you do the same. Aureus, you kind of grab towards that brazier just in front of you. Eodos, you latch onto Ken's shoulder. You feel as the very ground beneath your feet bucks from being flat to nearly 45-degree angle as Farastiel is standing up. And it's going to
Oh,
take a couple
God.
minutes for a creature of this size to stand up. So as you feel this like tossing you back and forth, pulling you against your grip. Ken, you kind of like feel yourself slipping just a bit and have to like dig your gauntlets into the stonework of this pillar here to maintain the grip. You grab your other arm around Idis to hold him on his feet as the entire thing swings 45 degrees down in this direction. Rose, you rolled well enough that as you kind of feel the ground topple,
Right.
you leap and kind of land on Leon, who grabs you and just sets you down on the stairs next to him. And the husk of Vestariel that was barely connected to the ground by the charred and burnt remains of her tail that kind of stretched out beneath the broken legs that hung. And during the second half of that fight, she just was suspended in the air, the shattered lower half of her body just limp. Crack. And her body goes tumbling back and off Pride Rock.
Well, good riddance. I hope she didn't have anything important otherwise.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I'm pretty sure whatever she had on her kind of got atomized.
Unless it was magical, but whatever, we got the important things.
The movement jostles around, and you hear the cacophony of voices in the city around you turn from impassioned cries and pleas into panicked shouts as you are essentially within the biggest earthquake that could ever earthquake, because the entire ground moves.
Great. Why?
I told you she moved him here. He does not. There's another bellowing howl that reverberates, and it fills your head. It makes your teeth vibrate. It's so bassy and low. He's trying to leave. Where are we? Where? He kind of like looks out off the rock. Great, we're in a big hole.
Yeah, in a volcano or something. Flat volcano.
Yeah,
Called
is
her.
that gonna be a problem?
Well, he's gonna
Probably.
climb out of the hole, so
Oh. Maybe tell
Shit.
him not to? Do you guys have any sort of control over your city built on a living entity? Which, seems like a terrible idea.
pushes past you. The king does. Selfie and Irvine were heading for him to check on him and the citizens. He's back in the castle. They had us. She had us imprison him.
I was gonna ask if he was just dead but imprisoned is a step up.
Another weird jostling, and he steps strangely. I have to go. Follow me if you will. He's just gonna start stumbling his way through the city to go and chase after them.
I
Yeah.
I feel like
guess-
we probably should.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going.
yeah.
Can from up here, can we see out over the city
Yes.
at least a little bit?
Kinda. So where you are, you're at the kind of at the back of this massive stone that juts out for about 100 feet down past the bottom of this map. And there's a little bit of a vertical incline, so it's a slight uphill under normal conditions down at that side. But it's like a kind of like a ridged fin on his back, and beneath that and off all around you, you can see the city unfolding because you are at the highest point of the hill.
Right.
And then behind you, you can see from this perspective about 500 feet away or so, the noble district is on this top tier, and given your guys' familiarity with cities, you could probably presume the palace is within that area.
Like up this side?
Yes, up towards that direction.
Okay.
Because
Rosal.
if you're looking at Farastiel, this direction is its head, this is its tail,
Right.
and then the two sides.
Okay. Rosal carefully, so I don't fall over, but I'm gonna head over to the edge of this cliff and
Okay.
look out over the city.
Okay, roll me a perception check. And what's everybody else doing?
I guess waiting for the place to shake a little bit less so I can stabilize myself and move to go after Leon.
Okay. Rose, as you look out over the city with a natural 20 and another
Right,
30.
apparently.
Okay. What were you looking for?
I just want to make sure that like the people aren't under attack or anything. Like the tempered aren't fighting the others, right? Like
So
bloodshed in
you
the
see-
streets? Yes, no.
No bloodshed in the streets.
'Kay.
You
Well, that's
see a lot of the commoner tabaxi kind of bracing in the same way that you and your allies are against the motion. You see a few of the tempered moving more like animals through the streets, carving quick paths, leaping up onto like balconies and jumping across things, and they seem to just be moving. But you can also see about 100 feet or so beneath you, one commoner seems to have penned in one of the tempered and is like holding him with his arms out and seems to be shouting out at him for something. And the tempered one is like doing that, like, I'm going to go this way and then go the other way to try to get past, and they're not letting him go.
Just trying to leave, yeah, and trying to keep them there. Okay. I mean, that's fine.
The tempered is the one that's trying to go, and the
Yeah,
commoner
yeah,
is the
yeah.
one that's trapping him. Okay. Just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure I painted the scene.
Yeah, it's like the tempered are going somewhere, probably being called by something. But at least they're not
seem to be
attacking
moving,
the other
yeah.
ones.
And you don't see bloodshed, no.
Okay.
Natural 20.
I mean, that's best case scenario. If they go somewhere, I guess we can always just snap them out of it after we defeat Ifrit. But okay. Then Rose will just poke their head back in through the curtain here. Just so Palace?
Sure.
Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Do you have any other better ideas?
Yeah. Let's go.
Okay.
What do you do with the circlet, Rose?
They will put it on. I know I can't attune to it
Attune
yet,
to it.
but
Yeah, okay. Just curious. Put it down. Put it down. Put it down. Put it down.
No.
Put it down. No longer worn or carried. It's no longer worn. No, I'm just
no.
kidding.
Yeah, absolutely not.
So you guys all head over towards where Rose was, group up, following that path back down. You pass through the stone entryway that led up into Pride Rock and out into the kind of like temple courtyard that served as the like meeting, and think of it like a parade ground. You head out there, and as you do, you see Leon kind of moving as quickly as he can, still holding his shoulder with like one hand, heading off towards the north, but he's at the other end of the like parade ground clearing at the moment. You guys are following after him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Follow after, and as he kind of winds through a few streets, you eventually catch up to about 30 feet behind him, and as he starts hearing your footfalls, he turns his head, gives a nod, slows down just a bit. You catch up. The palace entrance should be just around the next corner. Turns, and you can see as Selfie, the dancer, is like pulling the gates towards her at the moment. Irvine has his Newelliths already out and is just keeping his head looking left and right. You have seen a handful of commoners, most of them like huddled up and bracing against this constant bucking movement that has kept you moving slower than you would wish, and like resting between building and building as you're being forced one way or the other, as there's this like left and right cadence as the legs are moving. It has mostly leveled out as he's now stood up. He's got his back legs up, so it's no longer at that like steep angle, but he seems to now be moving closer and closer to the edge of that cliff, which you all know was quite steep.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a particularly fun journey.
Yeah. I'm gonna just really quick, walk up to Leon, like gently tap him on the shoulder that is not injured, and cast a level 1 Cure Wounds on him.
He will take it. Kind of like Frax, you see him turn his head, his neck lets out this nasty pop, and he... I appreciate it. All right. Selphie, Irvine. They both turn back and look at him, and then he just gives them a nod, and they kind of nod back, and the three of them head in. The gate that you pass through leads into a very strange area. Everything within Forestial, God, I made all these names really similar for a reason. Like, there's a narrative reason they're all named so similarly, but it's really tripping my head out.
But uh-oh.
Yeah. Frastiel is mostly metal. The streets, the buildings, everything seems to be made of this hewn and well-crafted metal. And the higher up you've gotten in the city, the fancier the metal has gotten. The more pure the steel, the better work the material. As you push in the gates here, the ground here is similar to that of Pride Rock. It's ground. It's dirt. There are actual trees. There's grass. There's like a little fountain in the center of this like pathway that you go up that kind of stretches out in a circle around this fountain that leads into the palace itself, which is like the rest of Frastiel, made of metal. And as you follow the three Tabaxi, Leon pushes past the other two, gets up to the door first, and kind of like pulls on it, and there's this like weird, nasty bending sound as he exerts a lot of strength and just pulls the doors and snaps the lock brace that was inside.
Yikes.
Charges in through. My king! Uasa! The two charge in behind him and into the darkness of the interior of the palace. You guys follow in?
Yeah, quickly. We need to stop the turtle from going vertical. That seems like a terrible idea.
You follow him in as you enter into this kind of lush, well-crafted palatial interior. There is fabrics and like interior plants, and as you step inside the palace, it actually feels cooler. Maybe 74 degrees-ish, like mid-70s. You look up and can see these strange fans in the ceiling just spinning at a constant rate, creating an airflow throughout the entire interior of
They
the
got
palace.
that AC.
They have central. As you kind of step in and feel that burst of fresher air on your body, the wind within this place moving, you see the entrance into the palace has like a split staircase that goes up on either side up to a landing with a big door up at the top there that goes into like the balcony landings that's got multiple doors that go into the various wings of the palace. And as Leon runs into the center of this atrium, that big door at the top opens and get my art so that I can give a better description. A magnificent looking tabaxi with a golden mane of hair that flows back over his head, wearing like a chained circlet around his crown with this big red stone, burning yellow eyes, and like wearing what you presume to be like ceremonial or royal garb, but it looks rather lived in, I guess would probably be the best way, as King Uwasa, escorted by two of his knights, bursts through the interior door and onto the balcony. And I'm just going to go ahead and post his art here so we can get a narrative. He looks down as Leon looks up at him and drops to one knee. My king, you're safe. Selphie and Irvine do the same and drop down onto one knee, kind of like cross their other arm on their knee. Our liege. He puts his hands on the banister. What is happening in my city?
Cool.
What is going on?
Pleasantries later. Stop the city, please. Right now.
I am attempting to. Ferastiel, I know, I understand. Listen. Please. Calls out into space, and I'm going to have him roll another charisma check.
Can I give him Bardic Inspiration real quick?
Yeah, if you want to.
Yep, I'll just snap forward and just better.
I rolled a 12, right?
Yes, a D12.
I rolled a 12.
Oh.
Hey.
So he had rolled a 10
Perfect.
with his charisma modifier for like a 17 with his persuasion. But that brings it up to a 29. And as he
Much
you
better.
snap out towards him, what does it look like, the Bardic Inspiration in this moment?
They were just rushed. They literally just like reached one hand out and snapped and pointed at him.
Okay. He looks at you, but for some reason feels inspired. Cries out, and as he does, this bellowing roar from deep within his chest, and you feel the movement stop. His hands go a little less white knuckle on the banister. Good. Be still, old friend. There is much to uncover, I know. I know. Leon,
Okay.
what is happening? Leon stands. I am unsure, my liege. The usurper has been dealt with by these foreigners who seem friendly, if dangerous. But I do not
Hands
know.
immediately go up.
I do not know the details. I have only recently been given my mind once again. And Wasa nods. We will have to strengthen the will of our people against such incursions in the future. To have so many fall.
Don't beat yourself up. It's kind of god level stuff.
Who are you?
Hi, Your Majesty. My name's Ken Silverlight. We are the Wonders of Starlight. We're a group of adventurers from the Sword Coast, tasked with investigation and persecution of the people responsible for usurping your city. I am more than open to debrief you on what's been going on, and I assure you, we mean you no harm.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh boy.
I guess I'll hop that over to Ken then.
Okay. Snap your other finger.
Alright.
Okay.
D12. Also roll 12. That's not a 12.
Kind of narrows his
That's a
eyes and looks at Leon. Leon looks back at you all and over at Aureus. I know not the truth of what they say, but I do know that they had ample opportunity to kill me, Irvine and Selphie, and they chose not to. That should speak volumes. The king looks between his guards and then back to you. Then you shall debrief me. You shall tell me what you know of this dragonborn that stole my city, and why we are here within the center of the Dale. Come to the conference room. He turns and, escorted by two heavily armored tabaxi, begins to step down the large stairway towards the five of you and the three guards, or the three King's Guard, who have not risen from their kneeling position.
Rose will just pat Ken on the shoulder, just like, have fun with that.
Is now necessarily the best time for this? Should not be trying to, stop all the tempered running around doing it.
he kind of looks at you and then looks over at Leon, who winces. It is true. Many of our people were tempered by Ifrit and have been granted access into the city. We worked alongside them at her instruction. And Uwasa closes his eyes and shakes his head, turns to his two guards. Get out there. See to the safety of the people. Are you fit to fight, King's Guard? And the three of them kind of like look between each other. We will fight to the end for the city. Uwasa nods. Then join the two of them. Protect the people. What of you? And he looks looks to the rest of you.
Eh.
The fight with
We-
the usurper kind of took it out of us. Unfortunately, Your Majesty, we would need some time to recover our strength to be of better help.
Also, we don't especially want to fight your own people.
And I
Tempered.
a little bit.
I mean, they're not attacking anybody.
Leon turns and goes, That's true. We didn't see any signs of bloodshed or combat. I didn't see any of the tempered after following the two of you out. And he looks to Selphie and Leon. Selphie, we didn't see any of them either. They stuck around to bring Irvin back and... What do you mean they're not attacking people? They don't normally... They're normally like wild animals.
It looked more like they were just trying to go somewhere, and even I assumed their loved ones who were trying to stop them, that they weren't attacking them, they were just ignoring them.
Let's see. Nods, turns back over to the two guards as I'm trying to get their names. Oh no. Fujin, Rajan, see to the truth of this. Leon, Irvine, Selphie, support them as best you can, but do not die. I have questions that you will answer. Leon nods. Yes, my king. Come. And the five of them head out into the city. He stands there, tall, seemingly unafraid, in front of the five of you. Now, follow, and tell me what you know of what is happening here.
Understood.
Turns and heads kind of like into that hallway that was... So like the two stairways go up around to a balcony, and then there's another hallway down to the center that leads down. Just like if you come straight through the atrium and straight in, he leads you into that hallway, which eventually leads back into kind of like it's not a throne room because his throne is on Pride Rock, but it's more of like a council chamber. It's got like a big cushy chair for him to sit in, and then a bunch of other cushy chairs that are not as big for reasons, kind of set up around a table. And he walks around to his big cushy chair and sits down. Sit.
All right.
Can Rose post out outside the door and not go in?
Yeah, if you don't want to go in, you don't have to go in.
Nah.
So Ken heads in. Rose kind of turns and kicks their shoulders against the door. What's everybody else doing?
I go in.
We will also go in.
Eidos?
Yeah, might as well take the opportunity to. Maybe Ken takes a good hour to do this. Get a short rest then, I guess.
So, as you sit down around the large conference table, I know very little of what has happened within the last few weeks. When the Dragonborn showed up, my people began to act oddly. I felt an influence in my mind, and I banished it. I do not know why she had me imprisoned instead of killed, but to see my people turn on me. What is happening? Why? Who was the traveler who passed through, and why has Ifrit stopped moving? What do you know of the troubles that have befallen us? Please. He puts his head into his hands. Please help me understand what is happening.
Of course, Your Majesty. Well, to start, the influence that you speak of, the group, well, the preface, the Dragonborn and the Traveler are part of a group called the Cult of the Dragon. They worship the evil dragon goddess Tiamat and push to bring her to the mortal plane. We've been on their tracks trying to, well, we've been effective for the most part, but it seems they've expanded their lead on their plans, but not a long lead. We're on them. They used a corrupted artifact of Tiamat's and brother, Bahamut, to control your citizenry, but we've retrieved it and purified it and have it returned to its proper state. So you won't have any more trouble with your citizenry being controlled anymore. As for Ifrit, the Traveler, pretty sure I look to the gang. I'm like pretty sure that was the cult leader, Severin. It seems he's figured out how to control the elemental titans. We just recently managed to break Gaia from his control, and now we're currently on the path to bringing Ifrit back to his rightful state. I mean, that's the quickest answer that I can bring, but if you want any more information, don't hesitate to ask. I will be as forthcoming as I can.
He kind of like takes his head out of his hands as he's been listening and looks over at you, and you can see the weariness reflecting in his eyes. I don't appreciate as much information as possible. I knew he was up to no good. We don't see your kind very often. And when you manage to cross the boundaries into our domain and manage to survive the wilds, we tend to welcome your people. Such feats are worth praise, and so we did with him. Taught him how to survive here, the same we would any. He seemed I did not sense ill intent. But it was shortly thereafter that Ifrit changed. Kind of looks around. Normally, the great beast wanders the surface, leaving fire, calamity, and change in its wake. He looks kind of down. We are not there now, and I sense Verastiel's terror Ifrit is beneath us. Deep under the caldera. And the great beast wishes to be free from here. To get away from it.
Like, wait, in the volcano?
He looks at you. Which is what Terrestrial tells me. As best it can. Kind of like winces. It's in so much pain. What did they do to you? We must make preparations. We must get it out of here. So the city must be protected and warned, and we must move. It must be the first goal, is keeping Farastia safe, and then us safe. For without him, we are nothing. We are lost.
I understand. Oh, and I guess I'll also let him know that we found like survivors that were that were away before the change, well, the mind control went into effect. Do you have any means of long-range communications to let them know that?
I believe Selphie and Irvine are capable of communicating over vast distances. I personally do not have that capability.
I mean, to be fair, if they see the Rastiel moving again, they'll probably think we succeeded.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, hopefully they take the hint and adjust accordingly. But yes, preparations. That's the proper word. That's the word, indeed. That fight with the usurper took it out of us. We'll definitely need time to prepare and rest. Like I said, we're here to break Ifrit free from Severin's control. You have our word. We'll get it done.
He meets your gaze as you give your word, and silver platinum in your eyes reflects off the pure, like, complete gold of his, and he just closes them and nods with that extremely weary look on his face. We can offer you rooms to rest in here once the city has been moved to a secure location. And it looks around. This should be as safe a place as any to wait out, climb. If you wish, you may remain here. I will head towards my chambers and help guide Farastia. Hopefully keep the damage to a minimum.
Understood. I am, before I became an adventurer, I also am a trained technician / craftsman. So if you need any repairs before any time for rest, don't hesitate to let me know. Free of charge. Any repairs you need done, I'll try to help as best I can.
Your kindness is appreciated. I will wait to hear from my guard before we move forward. Once we understand the state of the city, we can react from there.
Of course.
And walks past the table. Thank you, Wanderers of Starlight. Had you not shown up, I do not know where we would be right now. I would probably still be within that cell, and my people still lost. nods and kind of like readjusts himself, shakes his shoulders back, walks out the door. Walks past you, Rose.
Oh, Rose is gone. They went to
Oh.
wander around the city, or not the
Oh.
city, but the castle.
Okay. So as he walks out, Rose is gone.
Somehow that doesn't surprise me.
Where did you just went to go wander, Rose?
They went to go look around, specifically like if they could find a kitchen or something.
Roll me a survival check.
Survive. Where did? Oh, it's like where did my character sheet go?
And as the king heads back to his personal chambers to get a little hymn time, what are the rest of you doing?
Taking off my armor.
God damn it! This is unnecessary.
You're so screwed.
Why does this keep happening?
I'm just taking off my armor. I'm just like, ugh. Ugh. Well, today sucked.
Yep.
And we did what we wanted.
Yeah. Yeah, we definitely need a night to recover and repair. Whatever Vistario did, it did a number on my armor system.
As you disengage it, the left arm dragonling like pops off, and as the rest of them reform in that like transformer like chung, 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 clicking together back into the dragon form, that one, it's like one of the gears can't snap into position, and it just sort of, it doesn't reform into the dragonling.
Oh, my baby!
No.
It has those little black cracks that seem to just like pulse with that negative light, that ultraviolet energy.
And let me try. Can I try mending just to see if
Sure.
it's like time based, or can I just use quote unquote like mending magic to fix it?
You begin to mend it, and it could help, but it's still going to take time to. It's like curing an infection. You begin to mend the cracks, but you can still feel like the steel itself was infected.
That's not good. Oh boy. Okay.
Now, is there something specific we have to do, or just spend like X amount of time, just
It's just-
mechanically to?
Yeah. Mechanically
Okay.
spend an hour repairing your gear, and it'll
After the
It'll
work on
be gone.
tattoo.
Okay.
same mechanical. It's kind of like it's like purifying the negative corruptive arcane energy, because
Now
what it's
come over
doing is
here. I've got a needle. I'll
I got
fix
a
your tattoo
handle.
up for you.
Tattoo right up.
Fix it right up.
you got to go in for that laser surgery, the laser tattoo removal, and get a new one put in.
Only those parts, though.
While you all begin to tend to your gear, Rose, you hear the door close behind you as Iedo steps in. Moments later, you kick off that wall, and as you hear Ken's voice begin to kind of pick up within the meeting room, beginning to tell the king about who you are and why you're
The
here,
usual
you're
blah,
already
blah,
down
blah.
the hall. You head back to that main atrium, and you kind of like look left and right, but you can already smell it, because Vestario was very indulgent, and she loved food. And the kitchens have not stopped here within the kitchen, because they are the best kitchens in the city. And this is also where she was living. So finding the kitchen is pretty easy. You turn to the left, go through those doors into a hallway that leads to a very familiar looking kind of cafeteria designed similarly to the way that you have yours back at the Sword Coast Guild Hall. And then, or the Erebor Coast Guard Guild Hall. And then from there you find the attached kitchens with a number of wait staff, like tabaxi servants, huddled into one corner, looking very confused and very panicked as you step in.
We'll push the door open, look around, and then like look down at where they're huddled. Just yeah, okay. Things are fine now. You can get up.
I always want to make you roll a persuasion, but it's like, it seems so moot. Roll me persuasion.
Do
It's
it
just
anyways.
fun. It's just, I like rolling dice.
Right.
It's
I like
the
rolling
game
dice.
is.
26.
26. They look towards each other and heard one. Safe out there.
Mhm. That's
Okay.
gone. King's safe. City is temporarily stopped. Well, hopefully, more than temporarily. Hopefully, moving only in good directions.
Oh, that's what we were feeling, huh? They kind of like chatter between each other really quickly in for a moment or so, and then turn back to you and nod. Okay, well, what do we do? We were following her orders, and now, well, I don't think we do that anymore, right? And they all
Yeah.
just shake their heads.
And now you're not compelled to, so I assume just whatever you were doing before, or whatever your actual job is.
Okay.
I don't know, or take a break, I don't care. I don't know. I'm not your boss.
They kind of look to each other, confused again, and then just sort of nod. Is there anything we can make for you? Anything you would like? So they pick themselves up to their feet and start heading over towards like the cook stations.
If your job is what you want to do, sure.
I mean, are we allowed to leave? Can you tell us? Or I just...
Sure. Oh. I told you I'm not your boss. I don't think anyone will stop you.
They all turn to each other and huddle up again. One turns back and goes, I think we're just going to stay right here. But if you want something, we're more than happy to help and cook something for you. But it's safe here. So we're
Sure.
going to stay here.
Alright. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I am hungry. I don't know what you guys eat here.
Man,
Make me whatever is like the best thing that you guys make, and a bottle of your finest liquor, please.
okay. They
Chef's
look at each
kiss.
other once again, and then nod. And then as two of them start getting to work, the one that had been talking to you kind of walks over and opens up one of the cabinets. And you hear the clattering of glasses, and then his head pokes back around. Who are you?
I mean, hero sounds kind of pompous. Adventurer? Savior? We killed her.
He nods. You hear the bottle slide from the cabinet. He brings it over to you. This one came from the Dale of Air, so, you know, it's going to be a good one. We'll have a meal made up for you shortly. You can rest here, or we'll bring it to you wherever you like.
I'll just hang out with you guys. My friends are doing boring political talks.
As you hang out in the kitchen,
Yeah,
begin to
we'll
sip
just
the wine.
find a counter that's not currently in use and kind of like clear it off and perch on it.
Wine is light and fresh. It tastes almost like sunlight and has almost this airy depth to it. But as you finish half the glass, you look down at it, there's something missing. And you realize you're still under the effect of a hero's feast.
Nah.
Cannot be poisoned.
Nah.
Well, that's
Nah.
fine, I guess. Still gonna drink anyways.
It still tastes the flavor.
Right? Like, it tastes good at least. It's got that going for it. At least you didn't give me hard liquor.
About an hour or so passes. You guys finish fixing up your gear. Rose, you are treated with a kind of like a thick stew and a hearty bread with the wine. The door into the chamber that the rest of the party has been in opens. And you see as Leon, Selfie, Irvine, Rujin, and Fujin and Rajan enter and of all talking to each other, and then they stop seeing the four of you in there, and Leon turns his head. Is the king in his quarters?
Yeah, he said he was gonna go there too. I guess his quarters is the nexus point to help with guiding the turtle.
Is that what he told you? No, it's just the most comfortable room here in that palace. But I will go find him there. Selfie, why don't you fill our guests in on what we found? She nods. Kande. Find me in a bit. They give each other like a look. And then the four leave and Selfie comes over to the table and sits down. Where's your other friend?
And I'll look over to Aerith.
Hmm? Ah, jeez.
The one with the long hair? I guess you. Several of you have long hair. Oh,
They get around.
the one with the white hair.
They probably are exploring the castle. Looking for alcohol, maybe.
Or food. Or both.
Oh, you know me so well.
Hmm?
At least you're not presuming that they're looking for the armory or the vaults. That would probably drive some concern. But okay. So the city is secure for the moment. The people have been instructed to return to their homes. The elementals have left, and the tempered along with them. Those that attempted to stop some of the tempered did not make it out unscathed, but it did not seem like causing undue harm was their goal. There were a few lives lost, but such things cannot be helped during times of chaos. We'll mourn those and move forward. But that try. Huh.
I understand. I'm sorry for your losses.
We're all still trying to come to terms with what had happened. There's a strange bit of insecurity that you feel when agency is taken away. Like, she kind of like splays her hand out in front of her and closes and opens her hand. I know I'm doing this now, but am I the one that wants to be doing it? Or is there something? It's just gonna take a minute, you know. It's just. Oh, it's been a day.
Yeah, you can say that again.
Alright, is there anything that we can provide for you all? I know that you've been kind of left here in the lurch while we try to reassess where we are within our own city, but anything that we can do to make your stay comfortable or
Just I mean, think about it practically. Small, small meal wouldn't hurt. Nothing like too fancy. Just something to fill the stomach. I'm still working on finalizing the repairs on my armor. I'm sure everyone else is also doing the same. And I also let His Majesty know that if you guys need any help with repairs or anything of that nature that a craftsman like myself could help with, I offer my services free of charge.
That is good to know. I'd feel a little bit guilty taking advantage of such an offer, but I'll keep it in mind and make sure that the repair teams know that we've got willing hands here. Can definitely get you some food. I'll go and get that secured for you. Kind of just like sighs, looks over the party. Looks at Aureus. I really appreciate what you did there. Holding us, keeping us from being able to. In retrospect, I feel really bad if I hurt you all too badly, and I appreciate the compassion. It means a lot. So thank you.
I think Horus is.
Oh no, he is BRB. I didn't even see that. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Such kind words to empty space.
Yeah, I know.
He's just staring her down the whole time.
All right then.
He's fallen
Keep your
asleep with his
secrets?
eyes open.
I suppose that's
It's like
fine.
it's like Baldur's Gate 3. You when playing with a friend, but the friend's not there.
Yeah, okay.
He
Fell asleep with
seems
his eyes
there,
open.
but seems to be an empty shell.
Oh, well, why don't you think on that? I'm gonna go get you guys some stew, and I'll be right back. She pushes herself up, and you can see they've definitely executed some healing now that they don't need to preserve their spell slots as much, but she's still. You guys hit them really hard. Heads out towards the kitchens. Have you just been chilling in there for the last hour, Rose? Just
Yeah,
hanging.
just talking with the staff and just relaxing.
They've grown more comfortable with you around. They were kind of like panicked mice when you first came in, and as you've shown no threat and no chance of like bringing them back to what they had just been with that mind control, they begin to joke among themselves a little bit more. They ask you about what was going on in the city, which you can give
Yeah,
however
they'll-
answer you want.
They'll tell him that the whole city was under the control of her, and once we broke the attunement, it seemed to have dropped, and everyone seemed alright, although panicked, and some of them were. Rose doesn't really understand what the tempering stuff really is still, but like it tell them that some of them were still kind of under some other control, but didn't seem hostile at least.
Do you use that word? Like, would Rose? Because you've heard Ken.
Yeah,
use
I
it.
guess Ken has used it, so they'll just like something about tempered something.
It's a risk living out here. Are you familiar with the nature of the Dales? What these places are?
It's hot here.
So, this place is where all of fire feeds into our world through the great Titan Ifrit conduit between the elemental plane and our world.
So he's like the gatekeeper between the, like a doorway of the plane to here?
Sort of. I wouldn't say gatekeeper, more like the gate itself. But a living gate.
That's less easy to wrap my mind around, but okay.
I guess harder.
Oh, good.
So, our people are taught from a very young age not to wander outside of the city. That the great turtle protects us.
The mind control stuff. But other mind control, not this mind control.
That's what we call tempering. The body, it kind of like motions to himself, to you, is made of a balance of elements. Fire and water, air, earth. They form who we are, physically speaking at least. And a creature that has been tempered has had all parts of themselves that were not fire replaced with fire. It's more than just mind control. Yes.
I mean, that sounds kind of fake, but okay. How does a person be elements?
They kind of, let's see, what would be the best way to do an analogy for this? They look at each other, and they're all also just cooks, so, you know.
Yeah.
We don't understand the specifics of it, but it's like too much magic. But that magic is just fire magic. No other magic. And it replaces everything else. It leaves nothing but the fire, and through that fire, the gate.
I mean, I have all kinds of different kinds of magic, but I don't have any fire magic necessarily.
Oh. The magic is all of the elements. It's... Think of it like a prism. If you've seen a prism, right? Those beautiful stones that when you shine light into them, they make the rainbow.
Probably? Sure. Let's go with yes.
It's like that. The white light before the prism, that's magic. And each of those colors is fire, water, air, and earth. Imagine if the light that you were shining was only fire. That's what's happened to the tempered. At least that's what we were warned.
But then what about the 7 schools of magic?
They kind of like look at each other. Don't know much about that. That sounds like wizard stuff.
Hey, I am not a wizard.
I'm
Insult.
a paladin either. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
While you're having the conversation, the door opens. You see as Selfie walks in. Hello, everybody. Our guests are in need of some. Oh,
Dancer
right.
lady. You know more magic.
Sure. Why?
How does... how does... He said that the magic is all made up of the 4 different elements, but we were taught... You're taught when you learn magic, there's like 7 schools of magic. What does that have to do with anything?
Let me see. I don't think she would actually know anything about schools of magic. I need to pull up the thing from Final Fantasy.
It's entirely different magic altogether.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of is.
Kind of, yeah. Probably.
Because Final Fantasy magic thrives on, white magic, black magic, and the elements behind it.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Entirely different kind of magic.
I mean, I know that there are different types of spell work. There's spells that can evoke change and abjure to heal or
Right.
protect.
With
So, but
Schools
that's
of
not
magic.
okay. All right. Well, that's different than what they're talking about. Kind of turns and goes, "Can we get some of this stew sent over to the council chamber? We've got some guests in there that are getting a bit peckish." And they kind of nod towards each other and get to cooking some more. And she sits down on the table next to you. What you're talking about are ways to control magic, ways to shape it. And your way of doing it's different from mine. I remember you tend to speak those spells where I can channel those arcane powers through physical motion. But it's all that's different. That's just manipulating magic.
Wait, so you don't have to verbalize at all.
No, I can
Interesting.
replace that with just moving about. It is nice. It's a bit awkward sometimes, but it is nice. By the way, what they're talking about the components of magic, not the schools of magic, but deeper than that.
I mean, I kind of just figured that magic was magic.
I don't.
Rose will reach over and hand her the glass of wine and like sit back a little bit.
She gives it a sniff, and her eyes kind of go wide. And she looks over at the other tabaxi, who just get right back to work. She takes a sip. I love the stuff from the Airedale. The Yagudo really know what they're doing. Sorry, what was your question?
It's so
It's been a long
your
day.
magic. Yeah, it has. But your magic is different here than
Well, no. My my mentor taught me how to dance, taught me how to cast. Used to tell me that magic is life, and everywhere that life exists, magic exists in one way or another. I don't think mine's any real different here than anywhere else, aside from maybe there's a little bit more fire to pull from, but magic is just magic.
the way that you do it entirely is
Right. Oh, okay.
different.
You speak in order to shape the arcane currents, and
Yes. Some spells, sure.
I use physical motion instead.
Yeah, I mean, sure, okay. I guess I don't really get all of the where and what it comes from, and I just do magic. I don't know. Just happens.
That's part of life. Sometimes it just goes, and you don't need to understand it for it to just be. Why are you hiding away from your friends?
Nah, I'm not hiding from them. Look, the only thing worse than conversing with nobles is conversing with royalty. And
Can I
I'm
tell you a
sure.
secret?
What?
I'm a noble. She takes a sip
Got
of the
him.
wine.
Well, are
Hey,
you gonna
got
be
him.
all uppity about it?
Have I been?
No.
Okay.
Not yet.
Just don't want you judging books by their cover, you know?
Okay. Alright. Fine, but it's usually. Look, for people like us, and then nobility who uses everybody else to get what they need.
Thorn nobility.
Technically.
Technically, yes, he is.
She sips the wine and then kind of just frowns. Oh, it's not like that here, though. Oasa and his father and his pride have always looked after us. They've always dedicated themselves to the city, and that's why I dedicate myself to him. Protecting him, keeping him safe, and keeping him laughing when things are peaceful.
And what do the common folk have to do to earn this?
To earn what?
Your protection.
Nothing. The city sustains itself. I know that there are those that live here that don't sip on the finest wines and eat the fanciest foods. That does sadden me. Such things are difficult in all communities, but we try our best to keep everyone at least healthy and hale, as we're only as strong as our weakest member.
And your community cares about the weakest.
Of course. Does yours not?
Oh boy. They reach out and take the glass back and take a sip.
I see.
No. Well, I'm sure there's some places that are different. I'm sure it's different city to city. No, for the most part, those that are weak, I mean, the ones in power are kind of just waiting for them to die, or actively bringing that around,
That's sad.
unless they're useful.
Well, you've saved our city. Maybe you can save your own.
That's not. I don't have a city. I guess I don't know. I don't really care.
The
We move around too much.
cook walks over with a big tray. Lady Selfie, the meal is ready. Did you want to deliver it, or do you want one of us to? She looks over at you.
They can do it. You're busy.
She looks at them and just sort of smiles. Just let them know that I'll be following. I'll be over there shortly. The chef kind of just nods and then begins to head out. And one of the other ones grabs 2 of the bottles of wine from the cabinet and follows after. So, why are you avoiding your friends?
Nay.
Not avoiding them.
They're all working together in there, and you're in here.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not avoiding them, but
You're not avoiding them?
I guess.
Well, I don't know much about you all. I know that you seem to be good people. I know that you are powerful. And that you seem to be here for a reason. Anything I can do, you just let me know. Aside from that, I suppose, enjoy your stay here at the palace. She just takes the glass and sips from it. And enjoy the wine.
I wish I could.
As you say that, we kind of fade back to the conference room where the 4 of you have been sitting, waiting about 20 minutes or so since Selfie left to grab you some stew. The door opens and a small orange tabaxi carrying a large tray of bowls of soup comes in, gives you all like a smile and a nod. Patience, I heard that you were a bit peckish, so we made you some stew, some bread, and we brought some wine and some glasses, because it seems as though you guys like wine. At least your friend does. Figured we'd include that. And is there anything else we could get you all? Were you just told to stay here? Were there rooms? We do have guest chambers, but I guess it's up to the king which one you're using.
Yeah, he kind of asked us to hang here until the, I guess the turtle got to a more safe and stable place. And I guess he was going to come back to...
Oh no. It's gonna start moving again? Oh, I don't never like it when it's moving. I always get so dizzy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if there's anything you need, looks over at the other one and kind of like they chatter back and forth really fast, almost like they're slowing down their conversation to talk to you, and then look back. He's gonna step outside and just wait. In case there's anything y'all need, just open the door, ask him, he'll come and get it. You're not under any sort of guard, trust me. He couldn't stop a dart. He's like a wet piece of paper. And the other one just sort of looks like, hey, yeah. They both kind of give you a smile.
Oh, thank you. Much appreciated. But I think we're good for now.
They head out. What are the four of you doing? Anyone have anything you want to do? Anything you wanted to do over the short rest? You've definitely had time for a short rest. You've managed to effect repairs on your gear. It is getting to be late in the day. You had started early in the morning. It's like 8-ish, but so it's probably like 6 or 7 o'clock right now at night. The windows that are like at the back of this conference room, these tall floor-to-ceiling stained glass windows are still glowing with a deep orange hue, like that twilight of dusk. But it's up to you guys if there's anything you want to do. Otherwise, I can just let time pass.
I was hoping to ask for if they had a library.
Of
Okay.
course you are.
All right. Then, Aerith? Okay.
I was going to ask something, but I don't think I can mechanically do it, so...
can
Ask
try.
anyways.
I think the people who has the spell don't have the spell slots to do it, so...
What spell?
Depends on who and what.
Well, I was gonna ask either Aerith or Rose to send a message to either why is my mind blanking on the names?
Because
Pretanther,
all of their names. Oh.
the
Pretanther.
dragon siblings,
Oh
basically.
no.
Like, hey, we found another one of Dad's artifacts. Just wanted to
Ah.
update you.
I would love to. I don't have the spell slots.
If we had the spell slot.
Maybe tomorrow.
All right.
I did
As much as I would-
cast a 7th level spell. Did I need a roll?
You're good.
Okay, just check.
Yeah, but
Yep.
then,
No, I hear you.
I was
Always
also
good to look
gonna
out.
be Like, sorry, I was gonna be like, hey, maybe I could like reach out to the Vanguard and have one of the spellcasters send a message. In
Just
my stead.
kidding, I lied. I never used my arcane recovery, so I have 2
Yeah, there you go.
slots.
You can get one spell slot
I
back.
have 2
Hey.
2 spell slots.
of 3rd level.
Wow.
Okay, I'm gonna send a message to one of the dragon siblings. Let them know we found another artifact.
Also, Aerith's a
Good
noble.
fish.
Yeah, Aerith's also a noble. So is technically Ken.
Yeah.
The Captain
Yeah.
Party is noble. You can't complain about
Sure, I can. They
I was
weren't
thinking,
here.
I was like, a Kingsguard, like raised and trained to be. She had to have come from a family of nobility.
A Kingsguard? Yes. They're generally from nobility.
Yep.
Thank God he wasn't a squire's guard then. Good lord.
Those were the ones that were getting flattened. They're just slat.
They're used
Go
for
ahead,
target
type
practice.
out your
Oh,
message, Aerith. I do need a
Hey,
specific.
also, which one? Who are you
And I need to
talking
know
to?
who.
God.
Yeah, it's really, really important. Like, more than you know.
Ken, which sibling?
She said for Chanther. You want to talk to for
Chanther?
Chanther? He probably hates us.
Maybe not the one that hates us.
I mean, they probably all hate us right now.
No.
Not us.
I feel for Tanther, like, he's hard rule follower. So as long as you follow the rules, you're fine. I don't think the silver one likes us.
She didn't like anybody.
Yeah, she didn't like anybody.
Robert hates her.
Maybe Eleuthera.
Eleuthera?
Yeah, the
The one who may not hate us.
Oh, shit. What the?
no,
Oh, God.
they were chill. They were chill for the most part.
That's what I mean. It's that they might not, unless I don't know, for some
Well,
reason
we
they just
gotta
made us
remember,
unpeaceable.
Rose also kind of absconded with.
That's McKenna.
That's why they probably hate us.
No, not us.
Damn it,
Yeah,
I messed up my
really
windows.
Yeah, just don't tell him who has the artifact.
Yeah,
What do you mean
I
you
have-
messed up your windows?
I don't know what happened.
Did you drag your chat thing out?
No, I didn't. It just I
Uh-huh.
I clicked a key. I don't even know which key I hit, and apparently it like closed my browsers out and just opened a Google Docs.
Interesting.
That must be a macro key you have.
Okay, I'm back in roll 20. That was
Okay.
so weird. I was like in the middle of like typing up my message.
Yeah, I saw you were
Goodbye.
typing, and then it just went, stopped.
Okay.
Well,
So
you-
message to Eleuthera.
Okay.
We...
Like, hey, hope everything's been okay. We found another one of Bahamut's artifacts. Hope everything is well.
Hope you guys aren't dying.
Everything is well. Word for word.
How inventive.
That's 18 so far. Unless you wanted to add more. By the way, this is like with like 3 additional words that start with message from Ken.
Expound. Use all the words.
I mean, I don't really know what else to say.
He doesn't
The
know what else
opposite.
to say.
Contract. Cut the words.
That is 7 more words, actually.
Perfect.
Doesn't know what else to say.
Okay.
I feel like the
Alright.
funniest thing is just like Aerith is just writing this down and then casting the sending spell in his head,
Literally word for word.
word for word.
I really need to like sit down and like actually make Sinistos. I know we've like talked about me making them for the longest, but we never got around to do it. So,
Didn't
like,
we have a set? I feel like we had a set.
We have a couple sets between a couple other people, but not between our party.
Yeah.
And not between like anybody at the mountain. I have a set between me and Oni and me and
Yeah.
no, that was the one from Oni, or that I gave to Oni. That might be it. I have one that says sending stones and then kobolds ?
The kobolds that we left in the tower.
So I have that one and one to Oni.
Oh no.
Apparently.
One of those
Kobolds have a stick
kobolds.
of dynamite.
And I had such high, just like, I had dreams of
They're
how that
probably
COVID.
very dead.
No, I know what happened to them.
This
Uh,
bug, they're kicking it.
Yeah. Sure.
Pretty sure that place got invaded by cultists, did it not?
Probably.
And they killed him with that one stick of dynamite.
The stick of dynamite.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3.
It's gonna be the final battle, and then a small group of kobolds comes running out. They'll fight. Throwing
Yes.
dynamite
That ends up
everywhere.
like pulling the tide in our favor, and we're just like, what the fuck? Where did these come from?
Who the fuck?
They're still holding that one stick of dynamite. They're just like, isn't that
Yeah.
Robert's dynamite? What?
They somehow got more dynamite.
Yeah.
Just tossing it everywhere.
You
They've learned to
hear
create it.
the voice of Eleuthera enter your mind, Aerith, and reply, but it gets cut off as he did not count his words, and
Well,
that's where it ends.
I repeat it word for word. Oh wait, shit, that's not right.
That's the
Yeah,
wrong
that's what I
thing.
hope everything is well.
Yeah, I assumed he typoed. It didn't typo it.
In his mind.
I didn't type. Oh god, I did typo it.
Who the hell is Aaron?
Aaron.
Hey,
Aaron Nera.
Hey, Aaron, era. Oh, did they replace Taz with the new Guardian?
Maybe.
The new youngest dragon there.
the new youngest
You have
dragon.
You have one more sending you have to ask.
Why?
And so that he can finish whatever the fuck he was trying to say. Because that seems actually kind of important, maybe.
Oh god. Okay.
Am I forgetting who Nimra is?
Nimur is 15.
Oh, I missed. No wonder, I just read it wrong. I'm like, who's Nimra? I know Nimur.
I know Namur, but who is Nimura?
Just reading it.
Didn't he get like fucked up and we don't have time to fix that yet?
There's a lot of things we don't have time to fix.
I mean, yes, but
Hey, that's what makes it fun. For
Yeah.
me.
Till we get the wish spell.
yeah, one more
Wish
level.
all of our problems away. No.
Oh, I'm sure there's
Uh,
no way that could go badly.
Does anyone have
Yes.
anything specific to send to them? Because me just asking, like, you know.
You could be like, who is Rornra, and then what's been going on with Nimur.
I wish everything was okay.
There's no way that could go wrong.
Right.
How do you spell Nimur?
He
Oh,
spelled it right there.
NYMMURH.
I'm not
It's right
reading.
Why?
That's like your whole thing. You read.
Yeah, that's literally what you're doing.
You know what's crazy is
No,
that I know how to
that's
spell.
Aerith, not not Aurora.
I could spell that one off the top of my head.
No.
How in the fuck?
Oh, Lord.
Because it's like I have it in my head as 4 different words. It's Ota, Ari, Leik, Karnas.
That's fair.
That's not how I would have pronounced it.
Am I just keeping the
Ota, Ari,
sending
Leik,
short?
Karnas.
I don't know, unless you can think of more bullshit to add. Ask him how everything's going with everything else.
Wow, I keep forgetting her name,
Oh.
the silver one. You can ask her if she's still
That's
Archery.
Ota, Ari.
Odari. Ask her if she's still
Or
there.
Arturia, I guess, depending
Yeah,
on who
or
you're talking
Arturia.
about.
Yeah.
How is Oda Ari?
Ota,
She's the
Ari was
silver.
the silver ancient. Arturia
Yeah.
was her
It-
daughter, right? Yeah, her
Yes.
daughter. Yep.
Yep.
She was the one who made us climb a wall over the water.
So she's the one that made you jump up logs, and Robert tried to climb the wall, and she wanted you to
Yeah.
run on logs.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
said, "Fuck you."
Yep, shook him off the wall.
Taz was the
Robert
one that
then
made us
proceeded
climb.
to walk on the water.
Yeah.
Dang it, my message.
First was the vertical climb.
Run on the
Ugh.
water.
Move the rock.
Move the rock.
Move the rock.
Solve the riddle.
Move the rock.
15!
15!
15.
The mirror was 15.
Yep. Everyone just being like,
And-
what? 15?
And Protanther, I can't remember what he had us do.
One of them
Just-
had us fight ourselves.
Nope, we had like we went around asked questions like about ourselves. And
That's
had
right.
everyone give an
That's
answer.
right.
Discord did the thing, and there was such a perfectly cut 15 right before I got pulled out.
15!
Yeah, that's right. He wanted, Protanther wanted you to understand the people you were with, so it was the,
The sit and share.
yeah, 100 questions or whatever that I had. I was trying to remember what I've got it in my notes somewhere. All right. What you got for me, Aerith?
I'm. I keep hitting
As you have to
keys.
retype it all over again.
I did.
You could just say it out loud, I guess.
Else happen. It's more fun just typing it up so it's in
I agree.
Eric's head. I have to specify because not everybody fucking knows the rule.
You have to post what you said. What did you say?
The Panther didn't know you only had so many
Oh my
words.
Oh my god. And this was back to Eleuthera, or did you do Protanther?
No, this is back to Eleuthera.
Okay.
Eleuthera didn't know?
Because she didn't know the rules. I had to explain the rules.
Oh no. How old is that dragon and they didn't know?
I mean, Luther's not like a big magic user, I don't think. At least they probably don't. I don't know if they have sending.
He's also not really one that pays attention.
Rules are for losers.
Rules are for nerds.
Exactly.
I was about to say, doesn't she follow the rules of the mountain?
I think
As
the only one
loose-
not following the rules.
I think Eleuthera follows them as loosely as possible.
I don't know. I think Taz has him beat now.
Yeah.
Alright, I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Taz is going to get put in timeout if she ever goes back to the material.
I do this in One, two, three, four, five. Cool. That's what you get back in your mind.
And now, can you post what you said and what they answered, because I want to know.
No.
Oh.
That's the
The
reply, though.
secret.
That's the reply, by the way.
No.
I get to keep all the secrets.
No.
Look at that, Rose. You have a kid.
It's not my kid.
Mm-mm. That man is
It's also
probably about
older.
900 years older than
Yeah.
you are.
Yeah, he's also older than me by a significant percentage.
Dating his mom, ergo,
Yeah, so.
Step
he's
parent.
your yeah, he's your
Yeah,
kid.
eh,
kinda.
eh.
That is the reply you get around the table.
Well, now I'm out of spell slots for sending.
And now it's gone.
I had it, and then it was gone.
Brief moment.
Wasted.
So, what they say?
He posted
I posted it in the chat.
Oh,
it.
Now talk about it in real life.
Oh, it is concerned.
Right. Sorry, I forgot. Aranara is Taz's son. He's the new Copper Guardian since she's gone AWOL. Nimur has been unconscious since they returned.
what?
Didn't they tell us that he got fucked up?
Yes, but we didn't know he was unconscious, I don't think. I think we're just told he was injured.
I don't remember anything about anyone being
Uh,
injured. I remember
right, I
they were
thought-
being upset that Taz left.
Yeah, and then but he was also angry because Namur was like compromised in some way and was not responsive or something. That's what I remember.
Oh,
But we did not have time to deal with that.
Did
Sounds like how Taz would have put it. Yep.
Mhm.
Taz punch Namur on her way out or something?
Because you guys remember the last time Taz went back to the mountain, she got Bastille because you guys had sent her to the mountain to
to go.
store,
Yeah.
Yeah.
To go.
Store him and then retrieve him.
and it was after that that she would have told you about that because when she went to retrieve him, that was when she learned about what was going on.
Yeah, and she told us that he was
She was also very coy
In a-
about everything she was saying.
in a bad way or something.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
I'm actually going to move us on to this one because I've been staring at this, and this is it's kind of like what the palace interiors look like. These ornate red,
Fancy.
beautiful, palatial interiors. The only difference being that the wooden floors and walls in the palace in Pharasteel are actually made of metal, but it is a metal that seems to be absorbing the heat from around and dissipating it through the castle. It's cool to the touch.
Interesting.
Aerith
was
is
gonna
just
say-
laying on the floor.
It's like I was gonna say making a city out of metal in a fireplace seems like a really terrible idea.
So we have a lot of. There's a lot of metal because all the rock melts.
You work with what you got. And
Yep.
what they
Yeah.
got is just metal.
Blisteringly hot metal.
Two chefs come back through the kitchen, Rose, having delivered the food to your allies. And as you take the next sip of wine, I'm just going to go ahead and say 24 hours have now narratively passed. There's a little
Hey.
bite that you had been looking for with every sip. And as you let that one finally hit your gullet, there's that little bit of warmth through your whole body. And you're on your way, at least.
Right, they'll kind of stop mid-sentence, like still chatting with
Selfie.
Selfie. I would almost say Sylphie, but with Selfie and just blink and look down and just okay, finally. And then take another bigger sip.
Okay.
But they've just been like talking to her about what life is like here and getting her story,
Um,
learning
Cliff
more
Notes.
about the Dales too, because
Yeah.
they don't know shit about it.
She was raised in a noble family here within the city. Her mother was a dancer. Her aunt was a dancer. It's kind of in their family history. Spent most of her young adult life training and refining her skill in order to help serve the city as everyone here does. She pretty much like emphasizes how much everyone works together to try to make sure everything functions, even from the lowly people down in the lower city or the docks that work mostly with the slag, like the scrap metals and doing the basic refinery and the mining for the resources. As I just said, Here within the Firedale, the thing you have a lot of is fire and heat. And on top of that, it's pretty much just rock. And you add those two together, and it breaks the rock down eventually into that slag lava component and reveals the precious metals within, which she then sort of motions around to everything. There's iron, coal, gold. Everything comes, pretty much grows out of the shell of Farastiel, like rock veins, and then those are mined and refined and used to build the city. But it's very communal, and there's not really much of like there is a tiered class system, and it does seem like it's something that they're born into, but the divides never get to the point where the lower citizenry can't survive. They just don't live as lavishly.
Well, it sounds nice. I mean, maybe your nobles aren't so bad then.
Maybe you can teach yours a thing or two. I'm actually going to get myself my own glass because you're not handing that over anymore. And so she gets up and goes and gets her own
No,
glass.
it's because it's actually doing something for me again,
To
which
hear
is
it.
nice.
You were quite upset about that. Sits back down.
I mean, what's the point? I guess, like, it doesn't taste, like, it tastes fine, but if you're drinking something to drink it without anything else, you might as well just drink, like, juice.
It's a fair point. Very
It
fair
saved
point.
you from a cloud kill.
You continue discussing life here within Farastiel with Selphie as the rest of you, what are you doing?
That's a
I'm
great
scared to
Yep.
search around for a library.
Oh, that's
Wander.
right. You had one. I'm sorry. I got distracted.
Figure it
so
out, wander.
as you finish your meal, you step out, and the one guard cook who had been kind of left there, he's really just like a butler kind of, turns towards you, and you ask him about a library, kind of nods. Something like that. Us got some of the history of the city, the castle. This way. Come on. I think I can show you this
Yay.
up the stairs, and he'll show
Can
you
you
to
read Tabaxi?
the library.
I have eyes of the Runekeeper. I can read any language.
Hell yeah.
He's like, I can do anything I want.
I can do anything.
I'm just double checking because it'd be kind of sad if you went there. It's like, oh, I can't read this.
Okay, what would do Tabaxi have a different language?
They don't seem to have a language that they're speaking on their own. Even in their conversations with each other, they tend to talk faster to each other, but it still seems to be a
Common.
clipped kind of adapted version of common.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Is their writing faster?
It definitely looks like chicken scratch. But he leads you into a small library. It's not particularly big, probably about the same size as the one you had in your home growing up, and then leaves you to it. What are you looking for?
I am hoping to find information about Ifrit and their
Yep.
magic system.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an investigation for Ifrit. And was anybody else going with Aerith when he went to go find the library?
I think I'm gonna just chill.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, library is not really my jam. I'm gonna let Arius enjoy his
Yeah,
time there.
normally I'd be down to take a peek in the library, but right now I'm just like I'm chilling.
Aerith, as you begin to pick through books, there are a lot of books here on Ifrit. There are images drawn of him, this massive kind of lizard-like creature with long, thin forearms and long, kind of thin legs with the double jointed near the heel. A body that looks wreathed in fire and flame, with measurements that show that it can be anywhere from 800 feet long to a mile and a half long. That it seems to kind of grow and diminish as it wanders. Um, there is a lot of discussion about the nature of fire, the nature of the Dales, and you read this one passage that kind of repeats itself in a few different tomes about earth and the fire to shape the earth, the air to cool the flame, and the water to fill the places between, and then the earth to renew again. This cycle of one building onto the other, and this being a step of cataclysm and destruction, but one that is necessary in order to shape the world into what it would be. Essentially, the Dales are going through the creation of the world constantly. They are under the, you know, how rocks form in space and then heat eventually builds up to the point in the core where it breaks free and you get magma flow, which releases chemicals into the atmosphere, which then creates an atmosphere through that gravity that can then trap water. That cycle is what these Dales are. And the only place that you find kind of any sort of map of anything is Forestiel. There are indications as to how to find the borders to the Dales, but for the most part, they shift around too much, and you have to just sort of head to the edge and wander until you find that point where the two circles bump up against each other. The magic system. Go ahead, roll me an investigation on that. Okay,
Aha.
another 26. Hell yeah. As you kind of set that series of tomes aside, wrestling with the idea of the creation of the physical world itself and the elemental nature within, you turn over towards your other question, being their magic system. And you find like instruction manual type things on how dancing magic works, how black magic works, how they utilize etheric conductivity to create the kind of power cells within the gun blades themselves. And you find a tome discussing the utility of the jobstones. And it's like the first time that you see that word utilized, like jobstone. They talk about these strange crystals that are found within the refined parts of the Firedale. Very rare, very, very valuable. These stones that come in a myriad of colors have the ability to synchronize with their users and store experience, like memory. The first ones were carried by knights who learned their trade, and they found that by carrying these stones and passing them on to their squires, their skills became easier to learn. They still needed to work at them. Their bodies still needed to be pushed to a limit, but it circumvented the need for a like a master apprentice type situation. And as you flip through the tome, it's old and the parchment is like flip through the pages and it's soft, but it has a bit of like a sandpapery feel to it. And you realize that it's got to be made of that same kind of material that the ropes were made of, as the heat in this place would cause any books to really not be able to survive for very long. And these books look almost new. And as you get to the end of it, there's a post date. Roll me an intelligence check.
gonna use the last charge of Ring of Puzzler's Weight, because I can!
Okay.
Haha!
Okay.
Didn't need it, but still.
The-
need it.
Post-date states. So obviously, the world we live in Tyranny of Dragons has months and dates. I haven't solidified the names for the months yet. I've been working on it. But you know the names of the 12 months of the year. The month that's referenced here is not
Maple.
familiar to you, and the year is 1725. Looking at it, you kind of like flip it over, you think back to what you've learned. This book predates your civilization, similar to the ones that you had found in Titania's library, which means that their magic system has been around longer than
The one we're currently using.
it originated from before the spell plague, from before everything that has happened that you
I'm
have been learning
vigorously
about.
writing all these notes down in my notebook.
Okay. You scribble it all away. And as Aerith diligently reads for probably the rest of the night as he's surrounding himself with tomes and the smell of... Actually, it wouldn't be the smell of leather and parchment. It's kind of got like almost like a metal tang, like iron in the air as you flip through things. And the pages feel like paper, but they're durable. Like you cannot... You wouldn't try to, but you get the sense that you would not be able to rip it, even if you wanted to.
I thought they were like written on metal tablets. Really thin
I,
tablets.
I thought about doing that,
For
but man, that
in
would be
sheet metal.
so many metal tablets. Back in the conference room, the three of you just talking amongst each other, amongst yourselves. The door opens, and you look over to see as Leon steps into that chamber, escorting 5 familiar faces as Amaji, Zuamar,
hey
and
there.
the rest. Shirash and the other 2, whose names don't come up nearly as often, so they're not as solidified in my mind.
And Itana.
Thank you, Nulam and Atana, thank you. Walk in, kind of like looking around, and as they see you, the 3 of you there, Amaji releases a wide grin and kind of turns towards Leon and nods. Ask them, brother. Thank you. You all. I cannot believe it. When we saw the turtle start moving, we weren't sure what had happened. We figured it was best just to hang out for a bit, but then when it stopped, man, I just couldn't resist. He walks in and sits down at the table. You did it. You managed to free him. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I told you. But job's not done yet. So I got one more task to handle.
Right, about that. Our descent down the cliff face wall offered us a little bit of a peek at, well, what Ferastiel has been hiding. It seems as though he was holding fire beneath his belly, condensing it and burning it down. It appears as though Ifrit has been digging. To what end, I don't know, but that hole goes deep, and we could not see much more than the top of his spines, about 400 or so feet down.
Ugh.
In addition, he kind of like looks around. Our poor home is quite badly burnt. Whatever it was doing down there, it was using the shell of Ferastiel to redirect those flames back into it. It is badly hurt. Leon has told me that you are there at least trying to find a way to get it out of this caldera. It should help.
Yeah,
If it was less steep, would that help? Because I
I'm sure.
technically can do something.
If you can find a way to dig a more shallow path, then it will.
I can earthquake a path.
I'm sure. What could go wrong with that?
Well,
Yeah.
I can choose the area that's earthquaking.
If you believe yourself capable of shaping the rock, it would help. At the moment, we are under no illusions that Farastiel could climb this rock wall, but the infrastructure of our city is not designed for that angle.
Verticality.
Yes, it's a concern. And
I
it's
mean, I
just like,
could try earthquake, but there's no guarantee.
Leon. Leon kind of just
Much
like
like,
perks up.
how big can you make it?
I believe it's a 100-foot radius centered at the point within 500 feet, so I'd probably have to go outside of the city to do it. But I could like maybe shear off part of the cliffside and make it less steep.
100 feet at a time? How
I could do this
how many
one.
times can you cast?
One
Oh.
time.
Okay, yeah,
It
I don't believe it's gonna help.
lasts up to a minute. I can keep it like breaking stuff for the full minute, and it can break a shit ton of things. But yeah, I can't really control what it breaks, so I'd pretty much have to hope I shear off part of the
Right. Kind of
outside.
just center it right on part of the wall and hope it kind of just crumbles.
Forms a walkway rather
And
than.
how long did you say you can maintain it?
1 minute.
I hold it for a minute. So
10 uses?
yeah, pretty much of just absolutely destroying the landscape.
You know.
Do you think we can make a big enough impact to get it low enough? I mean, an earthquake, good, but
I mean, maybe.
Well,
Like I said,
Leon,
it's the
yeah.
only thing I got that would maybe do it because I don't think I can keep blasting sunbeam.
Sunbeam the rocks.
is it like you can only do it once because we haven't rested, or is it like you only have it once because of
I
the
can do
spell
it once
slot?
because I have it.
We
Well, it's an 8th
we
level
only
spell slot,
yeah, we
so
only have
it's my
one eighth level
highest.
spell.
Yeah. So I'd have to use it, rest, use it. I mean, if we had a lot of time, I guess I could keep just chipping away at it, but we don't really have a lot of time.
Just hang out for a week, right? What's the worst that could happen?
Well, I mean, if we can get Ifrit, not mind control, maybe he can help. If we have
That's true. We
Earth and
could just
Fire's blessing, maybe we could have a platform big enough, like a volcanic eruption, strong enough to lift it for us.
maybe.
If you wish, we can head back to Pride Rock. You can take a look at where the turtle has found itself. Make your judgment whether or not you believe you would be capable of helping. I trust your understanding of your magic. But one more thing did come to mind. The area surrounding the ridge of the pit that Farastiel had been resting over is now teeming with the fire-tempered as well as elementals.
I'm assuming we don't want to kill them because they're still people, right?
It's just difficult.
Maybe.
Freeing a tempered, restoring, it is not something done easily. It has only been spoken of in legend. Those who have been lost to fire we will mourn. If they try to stop you, you must do what you must. It was the people here who had not been lost to the flame that I had concerned myself with, and you all, from what I have been told by Leon, you fulfilled your promise. You did everything you could, and I am in your debt.
Maybe Ilmater can help too, form a nice little pathway. That's gambling.
I can't figure it out. God, do it for me.
God help!
Giant, a giant turtle,
That is true.
or maybe he can amplify the earthquake so it actually does what we want. So that'd be terrifying.
Build us a path, God. Oh, bless thee.
I mean, maybe, but also gambling.
What's the worst that could happen?
It fails. That's about the worst that could happen.
It's not bad, right?
I mean, there's
I don't know if
no downsides. It's just
Yeah.
I'd have to
don't
wait
know
till
unless
the-
you try.
Do you still want me to do the earthquake then,
Mm.
or
I mean,
combine them?
it's
If
worth a try. If you
amplify to Giga Earthquake.
Super earthquake.
If you believe it would help, I trust your judgment. We should run
Gamble,
any.
and I need to be right next to it.
What's the worst that could happen?
Zumar kind of leans forward. And I can get you right next to it. Get me out. Come with me.
500. Just 500 feet.
Hey, that's nothing. That's nothing. You get halfway up that cliffside, we'll be close enough. And then,
Yeah, and then I gotta blow up the cliffside that we're on.
right. So I was having a thought while you was talking about that, and are the rocks gonna fall down the cliffside?
Probably.
On top of you.
Okay.
Why?
Want to be there.
Couldn't you just ask your god to make like a ramp or something instead of destroying it?
I could, but
I'm
like
not
I
there.
said, there's not a chance. There's a chance it won't work. Or he'll be like, "Sorry, bro, can't do."
The door opens again. You kind of like hearing the sound, turn your head. Leon, who is posted up, just like leaning against the wall next to the door, leans forward at a full, like, at attention stance as Uwasa strides in with Fujin and Raijin following behind him. He looks very, very tired. Good. I see you have all been reunited. Very good. I wanted to come and at least show you where your rooms would be for the evening before I turned in for my own rest. I've been communing with Ferastiel all day for the last few hours. I need my rest. And I would never wish to leave you to rest here within this conference room, so please, follow me, and I shall lead you. I assume you guys follow him.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Well, you're not there.
No,
You're up
I'm
in the
not.
library. You get up, and as he turns, he goes, "Where are your other friends? Not that it is a concern, so long as they stay away from the vaults or dungeons. But just out of curiosity, are you aware?"
Looking for a library.
No. Fortunately, the guest room is just down the hall from the library.
They got one more time to mention avoiding the vaults and dungeons before I go looking for the vaults and dungeons.
I'll walk from there. You should be fine from Aerith.
He leads you up the stairs and down the same hallway that Aerith had been led down into a small room that this art was actually the art that was for. As he opens the door, there is what looks like a fireplace crackling with a small orange flame off to the left. The air is cool. Cooler than you'd expect for a room lit by a fireplace, but you see those same, not electric, obviously, but the fans moving in the air, spinning quickly to push air moving through the room. There are like small vents in the ground and the ceiling that you can spot as you step in. And Wasa stands outside the door as the three of you head in. I will instruct Fusion to find your wayward allies and show them where the room is. If you have any needs, please knock on the door and she will assist you as soon as she is capable. I shall be in my chambers. If you need me, simply send Fusion for me. Otherwise, I suppose
Otherwise, don't
inform
bug
me
me.
before any changes occur. Yes. He closes his eyes and sighs heavily. Right. Turns and heads out. You guys are left into the comfortable little suite, similar to the one that you had in Acheron. There are a couple of doors that, as you explore, seem like they lead into lavish bedrooms. Looks like there's a total of 3 full-size beds, like big, I'd say actually king-size beds, in rooms, and then there's like a large couch in the meeting area, as well as a number of chairs and tables for you guys to just set up in. So if there's anything you want to discuss, you are more than welcome to. Let's see, a few minutes later, there's a knock on the library door, Aerith. And you turn to see it open, and a probably middle-aged looking tabaxi woman with like a scar just under her left eye in the fur that you had seen as one of the guards that were escorting around. Uasa enters, gives you like a nod. Your allies have been shown to their room for the night, and I have been instructed to show you where it is.
Ooh, goody. Okay. Am I essentially done with reading?
You're kind of caught up. You've caught up to the point that I had narrated up to, at least, on the discovery of the job stones. Like looking through the tomes, you don't seem to have any there's no indication of how they're created here. It seems like they're mostly harvested and then utilized. But you take what notes you can. And
I'll ask her, hey, do you have a job stone?
Oh boy, of course she does. I need my
Randomizer.
Give me 1 second.
Random. What are you?
She nods, and
She
then
uses a chakram and AIDS.
no, she nods and goes, I have studied the blade immensely. And she kind of like flicks out a a cloak that was down around her shoulder. You see a very long, thin, curved blade with a extended handle sitting at her waist. She is a samurai.
Fascinating.
Why?
He wants to know more.
Do you wish to know more?
Yes, but I think at least for now it can wait.
Well, I am under the understanding that your people do not use job stones to teach skills. You, figure it out.
Essentially, yes.
That must be tedious. She turns, heads out into the hallway, leaving you to kind of quickly pack up your books and put them back into the shelves in which you believe are the right spots because you're trying to be a good sage. Not the, sage that they are here, but a sage nonetheless.
An inferior.
Scurry out into the hallway, and she turns and smiles. All right, it is just down this way, and once you're aware of where you're resting for the night, you're welcome to head back to the library. Just don't take any of the books out, all right? I'm not sure if they told you that, but it's not good form.
I can promise I won't take any books.
He walks out and just bursts into flame.
A book falls from my bag and it's just like, shit.
Fuck.
I guess roll me a persuasion or deception. I'm curious. It's your choice.
Oh, God.
Hey.
Hold on. They're both equally horrible. Fuck.
She smiles and just nods. I appreciate it. What tomes we have tend to take them a bit seriously. Don't want anything to get lost, Knowledge is valuable, or so I am told.
Oh, I know.
Watches down the hall. It's down like 4 rooms, and then you turn left around to the back side of the upper floor of the castle, and then she knocks on the door. The 3 of you hear it. Kind of look over as the door swings open, and she gestures in. Time for me to go and find your other friend. I'll be back shortly if you all need anything. Anything you need now before I leave, before I forget.
I'm fine, but thank you.
All right. Kind of like steps back and forth a couple times, looks a little bit unsure, and then just nods and then walks away, leaving Aerith in the doorway.
Hi.
Do you go back to the library?
No, I don't go back to the library.
Okay.
I know it's very late because everybody looks like they're about to pass out.
Yeah, it's definitely getting like 10 o'clock, but with the day's events, it's exhausting. A knock. Actually, it wouldn't even be a knock. The door opens, Rose, into the kitchens, and a kind of like, not confused, but obviously someone who's been looking for something. Tabaxi walks in. She kind of like peers her head one way or the other, and then Selfie raises a hand. Hey, Fujin, over here. Fujin turns. Well, there you are. Oh, I was asked by the king to show you where you'll be resting for the evening. I've already got the rest of your crew there, so if you would please follow me, I'll guide you to your guest room.
Rose will take another sip and look over at Selfie. Just sure I can figure it out if you just describe where it is.
I would feel a lot better showing you. Seeing as I was instructed to show you, I can't not show you.
I mean, you could not.
I can't. She steps towards you. I really can't. It's kind of an honor thing. You've got to follow my king's orders. If you wish, you're free to leave immediately after and come on right back if you'd like. But I have to show you where your friends are and where you're resting for the evening. Selfie just kind of looks between her to you, takes a sip of her wine, looks back at Fujin, looks back at you.
Really? Like, turns to Selfie.
She can be a little bit stubborn. I just go with it.
Fine. Take another sip and then set the glass down. Wait for me?
Oh, roll me a persuasion check.
30.
30, right?
Natural 20.
What is the lowest you can get on persuasion?
26.
26. It's crazy. Kind of
I
like
can't
looks
roll
at you.
under a 10.
All right, but only for another hour or two. Okay, I have to get some sleep tonight. I'm so tired. I didn't hear you respond if you did.
No, Rose will kind of nod for a second, and then they'll pause, like,
Pause.
and then yeah, they'll reach out, give her shoulder a little squeeze, and then follow behind.
You follow behind Fusion as she diligently leads you up the stairs,
This is
seemingly
dumb.
not joking with you, the same she joked with Aerith. Nor talking, really.
Seriously, you could just tell me, and if I'm free to leave afterwards, why do I have to go?
As I was ordered to show you where you are resting, and I follow orders.
I mean, are you
No.
sure you're not taking that literally, like, too literally?
I'm sure. Do you follow or do you try to break away?
They'll follow up to the point where, like, she gets to the door, and they'll
Okay.
be like, all right, that's the door, cool.
Okay. You guys hear another knock on the door as Fusion gets up to the door. You're about 15, 20 feet behind Rose, lagging down the hallway. As you turn the hallway, you see her out front of the door. Knock, knock. All right. This is the room that you and your friends are staying in. She kind of opens the door. I found your missing ally.
Consider me informed. I'm busy.
With
Just
what?
from down the hall.
Yeah.
Yep.
Rose, are you causing problems for people?
No.
Are you lying?
No.
Are you
Inside?
I'm
sure?
leaving.
Would you tell us if you were lying?
Roll me an
Probably.
insight check, Aureus. Give me roll to DM persuasion or deception, Rose, your choice. I love the DM
I don't
roll,
think
making
I
this so
can-
much easier.
I don't think I can beat it, but let's see.
Oh! Oh!
What
Okay.
just happened?
Probably rolled a nat 20.
He did roll a natural 20
For a 30.
for a 30.
Okay.
Challenge
You don't
accepted.
sense any deception, just more. What would
I
you
wanna
say
get
is in
drunk.
Rose's voice? What? Yeah, it's kind of like a.
Yeah, right now they're distracted and kind of annoyed.
Yeah.
But like
But-
they'd probably tell you if they were getting in trouble if you asked, or were about to go get into trouble.
You.
I don't think they'd
Yeah.
hide it.
You don't sense any deception from Rose. You kind of glance over at Fusion standing in the hallway as Rose shouts that back, and there's like a look of exasperation that you've come to associate with Rose. Doesn't appear like they're trying to start shit. And as you hear that shout down the hallway from Rose, what are you doing, Rose? Are you just walking away?
Yep.
She sees you turn on heel and head back down the hallway to the split stair, and she just nods. Right. Done my duty. Showed them the room. Turns towards you all and smiles. Anything y'all need? Okay.
Nope.
Nope, we're good. Thank you, though.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna yell after Rose. And don't get into any trouble then, and don't stay up too late.
All right.
I will
Rose,
message back to Aureus, like point back behind me and send message and just, yes, mom.
As the door closes, the four of you here within the inn, or within the suite room, Rose heading back down to continue their conversation with Selphie, getting to know her and the culture here within Farastiel. Is there anything else you guys want to do before you turn in for your long rest?
I'll probably explain what I found about the magic system to Ken, and then about Ifrit to everybody else.
Do they not have a divine magic system here? Or do they have gods?
Roll me, I guess that's a question for the group, because you guys should kind of have some insight on that, right?
Would it would have been brought up. if there were like any deities in searching the magic system, right?
Roll me intelligence,
Damn, I used my last
if you would
buzzer's
like.
wit.
I thought you did. Oh, you did. Oh, that's
I
what you're
did,
saying. Is you
yeah.
already did. I thought
I
you were
had
saying you
already
were gonna
did.
use it again. I was like, I thought you already did.
When it would have actually been
When
useful
it would,
this
yeah.
You haven't seen any reference to any gods at all, Aerith. Not here or in the Firedale, or in the Earthdale. But you're not quite sure what that would mean. You didn't see any reference to divine magic or deities at all in the books you read. And I'd say the only time that anything even got close to reverence was when they were talking about Ifrit.
That's pretty much
Kind
all
of
I
what I
got.
was thinking, but I don't know if they worship it as a god though.
I think
I know
it's
they
more
kind
of
of
an
revere it.
icon
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking.
or a guardian force. References, references.
one.
All of them.
All of them.
All of them.
I think that's the only time I would ever be able to pass Rose's deception or persuasion.
Yeah.
It's the one time you're telling the truth.
You're lucky I
Staying
rolled
out of
low.
trouble.
Not getting into trouble.
I mean, I don't care if you mess around, just don't get into trouble.
As you head back, she is still there. She did wait, but only for another couple hours. At around midnight, she absolutely craps out, and I really appreciate the conversation and the fantastic wine. I never thought I'd raid a king's wine cellar.
Someone's gonna get
I really do
in
need to get some rest.
trouble. No, I'm kidding.
So, it's been lovely talking to you, but I am going to head on back to my quarters and sleep this off.
As she gets up and like starts to leave, and Rose will reach out and grab her hand.
Kind of like stops. What's up?
Sure you don't want to hang out just a little bit longer? Not here.
Are you seducing
Bow, chicka, wow, wow,
the Khajiit
chicka, wow.
or the backseat?
Are you?
Maybe.
Are you
Okay, hold on.
surprised?
Let me...
I was that's what I was thinking Rose was doing. Like, no, Rose isn't gonna do that. She already has Taz and Thor. She's not gonna seduce someone else. She's seducing someone else.
You underestimate the abilities of a bard.
I'm
Kinda
not
like-
underestimating their ability. I thought Rose would stick. This is trouble.
Not trouble.
Like when I said stay out of trouble, this is what I meant by stay out of trouble. Don't get into someone else's bed.
Should I pull up the Taylor Swift song?
Roll me a persuasion check. Rose.
Oh no. Watch her roll a nat 20.
Persuasion.
Oh.
That's a 10 for a 26. She kind of like darts her eyes between yours. What did you have in mind?
Rose will hop off the table and come up to her and kiss her.
Seductively.
She
That wasn't
seems-
implied.
To gauge her
Shocked.
interest.
At first, it's shock. And then kind of like peels away and shakes her head and like blinks her eyes and looks at you. My quarters. This way.
Oh.
Turns, takes you by the hand.
Rose, you dog.
Just because you have a really high persuasion that no one can doesn't mean you abuse it.
That's exactly what you use it for.
Charisma.
No. No, that's not what it means. Not what it means.
I will also say she rolled a natural 20 and then a natural 19, so no one's getting mind controlled here. Everyone
Well, that's
is
good at
complicit.
least.
I will say that there is no chicanery, and she doesn't
Right? They're not
know what's
forcing
going on
anything.
behind the scenes. So she leads you through the castle, staying on the first floor, off into one of the side wings, into a small, not a barracks room, but it's very austere. It's very kind of simply decorated. Simple bed, simple sheets. She kind of like takes off the chakrams and hangs them up on the wall and turns and smiles at you. All right then, where'd we leave off? Steps towards you, and we fade to black for Rose.
Jesus Christ.
Oh man,
What do we got to do
I
about
know,
that? There's got to be a way to stop it somehow.
I know, like a while back we joked about Ken getting a harem ending, but like I think Rose is actually gonna have a harem ending.
She's got
Yeah.
3. She's got 3. 3 in her
You don't have
pocket.
Pay a bunch
three.
of child support
3 in
at
her
this rate.
pocket.
They're not looking to start a relationship.
2 of them are. You're already in one. You're already in 2.
Yeah, and this is not another relationship. This is
There's
sex.
gonna be like there's gonna be like a 5 years later after we finish all this, and it's gonna be all of them knocking at your door asking for child support or angry at you.
gonna have a litter. Back within the suite's chamber, you hear Rose dismiss Fujin's diligent attention to her orders, head back downstairs, given the instruction from Aureus not to cause any trouble.
Which she promptly ignored.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
Are you surprised?
It's not trouble
not
necessarily.
All right, different definitions of trouble going on.
Exactly. It's a nuance. But the 4 of you are left. Is there anything you wanted to do for the next few hours, or are you guys just turning in? What's the plan for the 4 of you?
Just confirming all of the repairs on my armor is complete. Look
And
over all of my
Mine, please.
weapons and items.
Alright, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
You gotta do it. You gotta commit that time. There.
Well, we kind of
Right,
already
you got
did,
an
but
hour.
I want Ken to like double check my work.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
Please.
so
and
as you
thank
had spent some time earlier going through your gear, you'd picked up the poor, damaged little dragonling. That was your armor on your left arm. Kind of set it down on the table. Well, Aerith, you take off it's a studded leather, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's buckles and straps, and you kind of take it off, looking at the section on the back that is just like cracked with that dark necrotic energy. And Aureus, you'd kind of more focused on it like a meditation. You could feel the magical corruption in that protective barrier, and in that meditation, you can work through it, and focus through it. And I think Iedos, you had a stack of it too, right?
I had 3 stacks.
Okay, you had 3 stacks. Yeah, I couldn't. I was going back to the other page to look at Rose's notes. But yeah, so you do the same as Eric, taking off the dragon scale mail and setting it down with a thump on the table. And you guys wear your armor pretty much constantly. There are very few times you take it off. So taking the armor off and finally being in a room that's kind of cool, your clothes are drenched with sweat and have that like sticky, stale smell to them.
Prestidigitation.
Quickly
Whoosh,
reduce
whoosh,
that and get rid of
whoosh.
the smell. But it's almost chilly in here, and you kind of like head over and grab one of like the little throw blankets that they have. You throw it over your shoulder and get back to work because you've just been so accustomed to the heat. As you worked through the afternoon, you managed to purify out those corruptive strains with each bit of repair or mending cast or stitch or hammer blow, a little bit of your willpower pushing that dark corruption from that hammer out. And as you look over Aerith's armor, Ken, he did a good job. His armor looks like he's worn it to the edges of reality and back, and similar to yours, has minor scuffs and scrapes that would have blown armor apart, but because of the magic nature of your gear, it resists most of the physical impact. But there's still, like, nothing's perfect.
Yeah.
And there's still some signs of just wear and tear over time. You take a moment to give Eodos's and Aureus's a check, and
What arm?
it all looks good. Yeah, well, his tattoo is no longer all dark and angry.
I say there's not much armor for him to check for Aureus.
It's
He's just
true.
wearing a simple cloth robe, really.
Mhm. But you are no longer sundered. I think Rose might be, though.
Yeah, I haven't really stopped to take time for that yet.
I guess I'll check theirs in the morning when they get back.
That was
If
my
they're
next
not-
question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do
they
you all
hit
go to
it
sleep
and-
without seeing Rose? Yeah.
Like, do they hit it and come back, or are they just spending the night in their quarters?
What do you do, Rose?
I don't know, did she kick me out?
She doesn't kick you out. You guys pretty
Huh?
much go at it for long enough that you both fall asleep. You wake up about half an hour later and sigh, feeling a deep sense of release. It's your
Yeah,
choice.
I'll take my stuff and I'll go.
You say
Head back.
goodbye, or do you just sneak out?
I'll say goodbye.
So as you kind of wrestle or just rustle her awake, she kind of blinks her eyes. Oh, it's not morning yet. It can't be morning yet. Oh, it's no, I'm asleep.
No, I'll go back to bed. But I'm heading out. I'm gonna go back to the group. So
All right. Have a good night.
you
She
too.
kind of just like rolls over, and the light sound of her breathing comes back into the room as she falls right back asleep. Pick up your gear and slip your boots on and head out into the palace. And have you guys ever walked around a hotel at 2 a.m?
Yes.
Yep.
It's actually, I like it.
Sometimes.
It's kind of fun.
It's nice, but it's weird, and it's what
Yeah.
it feels like here. There's that deep silence and peace as you step through the castle, through the kind of exterior wing where the guards have their chambers, past the cafeteria, and you don't hear the clattering of dishes or knives. It's just quiet. You do hear the crackling of flame almost all around you, but it's faint and distant. Head into that main atrium, and you kind of like look up at these spinning fan blades. You feel the wind moving through, and take in the luxurious nature of the palace before heading up the stairs and down the hall. The rest of you, as midnight hits and exhaustion is finally sinking in, Rose still has not returned. So,
Boy.
what do you do?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna trust that they're wherever they went to do, they're fine and nearby. I'm just gonna go to bed and just
Okay.
deal with it in the morning.
Okay.
I was gonna
I'm
ask
trying
her
to
this
remember
question,
if
but it
I
can wait.
trying to remember if I messaged Mia today.
I think you
I
did.
think she messaged you at the beginning before, well, you guys were still in the turtle. Or the ant before you got to the turtle.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
All right. Well, Aureus, I mean, you could, if you want, you can sit up. If you want to wait for Rose to get back, it's up to you.
Aureus doesn't know how late they're gonna stay up,
Mhm.
so he's probably thought she's doing some shenanigans, so he'll probably sleep and worry about it in the morning, what trouble she got into.
Okay.
Because that's not a like super important question either.
All right. Well, as you each find a room to rest in, a bed to sleep in, there are 3 bedrooms. Do you trance in the room with one of your allies, or do you trance in that common room?
Probably in the common room.
All right. And as you all turn in for your long rest, kind of curl up in the strangely comfortable sheets that are like they're like cooling as you touch the fabric. It seems to pull heat from your body. It's like cold to the touch. You curl up in it, and as your own body heat warms it up just a little bit, it hits that perfect temperature, and you guys drift off into a very restful sleep. A couple hours into your trance, Aerith. Rose, do you enter the suite stealthily, or how do you
I
do
can
this?
sure as well fucking try, but it's not gonna work very well.
Okay. Roll me stealth. Okay, 14. 14. Aerith, can you roll me perception at disadvantage?
Sure.
Okay.
There you go.
Got it. Rose, you grab the door handle and kind of like turn it, creaks open just a little bit. You didn't hear it swing earlier or hear anything earlier, but the silence of the palace at 2 in the morning it's pretty intense, and you can hear it. You kind of poke your head in and you can see Aerith sitting cross-legged, hands on his knees, trancing within that common room. You kind of look into the back and can see where there's like a little alcove that has the 3 doors in it that lead into what you presume to be some sort of room in the back, but you didn't actually explore the suite when you were here earlier.
Nope.
So what do you do?
They'll kind of like. So, what's the. Ah. Wow, my brain cannot think of the word I'm trying to think of. But
Blink?
no, they're kind of like going in, but quietly.
Hmm.
But um,
Tiptoeing. It's like even like a slight noise you see like Aerith like twitch a bit and then just
yeah, but they kind of like go over to the corner and like try to carefully put their stuff down and drop half of it. And just, oh, fuck, shit, and like freeze and look at Aerith.
Aerith like moves like sways slightly.
Do it again, okay. And then I guess they'll try to see where there is to sleep because
Well,
I don't fucking know.
there's a couch here in the common room that you could lay down on, but that's the only like surface you can see big enough. You can see like I said, it's like a small 5 foot by 5 foot alcove in the back left corner where this picture would be, behind where the fireplace is, that leads into like a
Mhm.
hallway that has 3 doors in it that you can see.
Guess they assume that there are beds and they don't know that there's only one per room.
Okay.
So quietly open the first one.
Okay. Roll me a stealth check, and let's see. Ken, can you roll me a perception disadvantage? Playing sneaking in from being out all night. Okay. As you creak the door open, you look in and you can see the shape of Ken snoozing beneath sheets and blankets, the horns kind of poking out from the pillows that he's resting his head on, laying on his side, surrounded by the dragon children and Fafnir, all kind of curled up at various points on the bed and snoozing almost in like rhythm with him. You can see like his chest rise, and then each of them like moves just a little bit, like they're all mimicking that same breath.
But that's
But
the
no
only
other
bed.
bed to sleep in here.
Okay. So close the door, try the next one.
Okay, let me see whose is in here. Okay, go ahead, roll me another stealth. Aureus, your turn. Perception at disadvantage. Stop rolling so well on your stealth.
Right?
I got
I don't have a particularly good one.
Oh,
As
and we
you
have a
open
winner.
the door, you kind of creak it open and look around, and it bumps into something. Like the door kind of knocks into something as you poke your head in, and you hear a Like a
Shit.
little dish kind of topple off of a like a bedside table that's near where the door is, and you reach out and you grab it. But when you look over at Aureus, his eyes are open.
Sorry, wrong room.
Should be the far one on the left, I believe. You didn't get into trouble, did you?
Why do you keep asking that?
Because you make a habit of it.
I do not. I have fun. What's your definition of trouble?
Adding to the population, taken away from the population.
Yep.
Getting
I know that.
Robbing, fighting, anywhere in between.
I do
Yeah,
like how
I
the
remember
one
that
that
segment.
catches Rose is the parent of the group.
Going into social norms.
So
Instead of adding to the population,
Removing
subtracting from the
Yeah,
population.
that's a safety brief we got
Oh,
when we did our
Yep.
like weekly or monthly trainings. I remember
oh,
that.
Yep.
so your definition of trouble is literally anything that someone could do that isn't just standing around and existing?
There are plenty of things you could do that don't involve getting into my definition of trouble.
I don't believe you.
I'll take a guess and say you got into trouble. Whatever. We'll talk in the morning. I'm tired.
Okay.
Your bed's on
Just
the
gonna
left somewhere.
on the left somewhere.
Just go
Wow.
down the hall. Far left.
Just put the dish down on the floor and slowly close the door again.
Okay. You head down to the final
On
door.
the left somewhere.
The only other door there is. You open it. Roll me another stealth. This time it's Eodos's turn. Okay.
Aw.
Good.
Getting
Good.
even better.
You kind of like look at the door. I'm curious.
Come from one plate to a new plate.
I love all these rolls happening at disadvantage too. It's great. Give me a perception disadvantage, Eidos.
I was close to catching her.
I know, right? You were really close.
Just about.
I think it's doing
Just
the
glad-
thing for him.
Glad it was Aureus. It's all.
I know, me too.
Yeah.
Just like a parent staying up late when the child
There we
goes
go.
out.
Hey.
Okay.
Like, where were you?
Where
You-
have you been?
Walk down the hall, Rose, and you find the last door on the left. You kind of just say it to yourself. Grab the handle,
Yep.
swing the door open. Eidos, you were deep asleep, but moments ago. And there was a
Just kill me
shift in the
again.
wind, a sound of rustling, and your instincts kicked in. You woke up ready to go, like on alert. You snap up and look over, and you see Rose standing in the doorway as you look at the one remaining bed, Rose, and it has Eidos in it.
He lied to me.
No.
I said there were three beds. There's three of you missing.
Eidos had fate rendered being summoned mid motion. It's like, oh, okay,
Oh,
shoot. Alright.
please don't kill me
Puts it back
again.
out. But
Why is that your
Oh.
go-to?
better safe than sorry, you know?
Eh.
Then he just kind of yawns and lays back down.
Oh, shit.
Take your pick. Living room or get in one of the beds with someone. Or sleep on the floor.
Nah, fuck that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Rose, we're gonna kick someone out of their bed.
They'll just kind of pause, stand in the doorway, just. How much do you move in your sleep?
I mean, Eidos and Rose have shared a bed, so you would have experience.
Just half asleep. Yeah, just like a normal amount, I guess. You gotta scoot over if you want to sleep. Go to sleep, but
Has
shut
it
the door,
gotten...
please. That light is killing me.
Alright. Just wanted to know if it gotten worse since your purgatory in hell. He shuts the door and crawls into the bed.
I have a question for Eidos. Are you allergic to cats?
Thankfully not.
Okay. There is a bit of dander accompanying Rose as they kind of drop their gear, which looks like most of it hadn't even been put really back on. You were just sort of carrying like chakrams and belt
Yeah,
and
no.
bags and stuff. You had your boots on just so that you weren't walking barefoot, and you kick those off and crawl into bed, out like a light. You can all hit the long rest button. As
Yay!
you've completed your long rest, and as Aerith, you finish up your trance, you kind of blink your eyes and you look around. Still here within the
Gotta
palace.
remember my pre-Heroes Feast HP number.
I think it should be minus 12. My
Yeah.
notes say that the Hero's Feast was 12.
Okay. 211 minus 12. Okay.
So
I'm gonna be
Aerith
real.
is,
I never add any of that stuff like augment. I just add on to the max health, and
Yeah.
it always just stays at my normal one. And you can
Yeah, I just
overcap it. So that's just what I
right.
do.
Whoops.
I just do
That's
like
good.
plus 12 at the top at the hit point maximum.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I did.
5.
Oh, damn it.
I got half back.
As you finish up your trance first, Aerith, you awaken within this luxurious palatial suite. Anything you want to do before your allies come to consciousness? You got 4 hours, Mr. Elf.
Hold on. I'm trying to find. Wait, what do I need to roll for the thing of Bahamut?
Truth?
Yeah.
I think it's a D6 for you.
D6.
Actually, here. So, as you guys have now retrieved another of the artifacts of Bahamut, I went through and tidied them up a bit. So I'm going to send you guys some new cards.
Ooh.
A couple changes were made. I know I added to truth, so let me send this one. And I think freedom mechanically stayed the same. I just added some names to the abilities it grants, and I think it gets an extra charge now during the day compared to where it was. Justice is the same. I pretty much used like the naming idea where I did your abilities, so that one didn't really get touched when I did that. And then the other one you have not attuned to yet, so you don't know what it does.
No. I haven't really spent time yet. I'm working
God
on it.
damn it.
See, that's, instead of sleeping with other people, you could have attuned to it. But no.
Could have been
No.
doing battle stuff.
I have this for you, Aureus, since you didn't have a Bahamut artifact.
Yet.
I'll
Exactly.
get a cheeseburger.
Pen.
I added a mechanic to your bindings to allow you to generate charges.
Hell yeah.
You get a coupon to Wendy's.
I'll take it.
That's that. And then
I like coupons.
66.
It expired 3
One.
years ago.
Thankfully,
It went
Freedom
up.
doesn't really have any charges. Doesn't really have to worry about anything.
As
I
a
noticed
matter
that. I was
Right?
like, man, none of it. The only thing that uses the charges is your Misty Step.
What?
But I guess that's what makes freedom free. Is it's just free.
Freedom
was
doesn't.
the
Freedom
thing that
doesn't give Misty Step.
Freedom gives flight.
Or if it has, yeah. If it has, I've never
Pause.
once used it. Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
Questioning. Questioning.
No. I know it does because I'm sitting here and as a bonus action, you can spend 1
Because
charge from this artifact to cast Misty Step.
Oh.
did you add that?
surprise.
No,
I'm definitely.
that's been in my notes since I made Freedom.
The only thing that ever had something like that was that it could absorb a dragon breath and redirect it, and that was just
Yeah,
part of like its inherent thing. But
yeah,
you
it
never
heals
told me
it.
it did Misty Step. I have never once used Misty Step on this.
Whoopsies.
I was looking at it going, oh, well, I guess that's the only thing he uses his charge for. Okay. I'm trying to find the card that I had sent. Oh, I don't
Previously.
think
I don't think you ever sent a
I don't
card
think I ever sent it. That's
because
what
it was
I
because it was
did.
just.
God.
I
That's why
think
you
it
didn't
was
know.
because originally it was
God.
just the
I sent it.
scaled ornament at the
Yep.
max. Yeah.
Yep. I made a card for it and everything, man.
And never sent it.
And I never sent it.
Oopsies.
Oh, well, you have
Well,
then
good to know. Yeah, I've got 2
freedom
free
now.
Misty
You do
Steps
Misty Step. Yeah.
Oh my
because
god.
I also have that's one of his utility spells. He's got a free cast of Misty Step daily too.
Yep.
And now you can do
Oh,
more.
man. Oh.
Damn. I think Celestial Grace and Divine Rebuke are like the equivalent of a 9th level spell.
I know. Think of it. They are that powerful, and like potentially the way that works is you could use 3 bonus actions in a row. But if you wanted to do that in 1 turn, it would be a 9th level spell to turn into
Yeah,
that.
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, but that's still like,
Like if I really needed something, I'd have to spend my 9th level
yep,
that one
that,
turn.
that should be a pretty fair way of having you
Yeah, no, I think that's fine.
regenerate thing. Cool. All right, cool. That was a little bit of mechanics done. So, Aerith, anything that you wanted to do before your allies awaken?
Um. Oh, my cardomancy. I need to pick a spell.
You do.
Pick a spell, any spell.
Oh god. I will pick.
Our word fall.
I haven't added
Throw a
that
card
yet.
at someone and knock them down.
No, add it.
Hurry
You know what?
up.
You know what? I'm gonna spend 2 hours inscribing the spell Power Word Fall,
Okay, cool.
and then I'm gonna cardomancy it.
Okay, all right.
There, Nicholas, are you happy?
Are you happy now,
Yeah.
Nicholas?
Nicholas is happy because there's so few people who know that spell. It's just Nicholas and you and
Yeah, it's
Stir,
just
but Stir can't use magic.
he can use magic. He's just an Eldritch Knight. He's only got up to like 4th level spells.
What level is Power
He's just a
Word Fall?
silly little guy.
I think he's 3rd level,
Fifth? No, it's
4th level,
fourth. It's
4th level. Yeah, so I think he
You
has it.
can cast it. Okay.
Yeah, and Mia can cast it now. I'm sure he's taught it to her as best as he could,
As best as possible.
explaining how like the arcane structure goes, and she's like, I don't understand any of that.
I get it.
Oh no, wait. I don't think.
4 people know the
Hold
spell.
on. Wait,
Depends
what
if
are
a
the
sorcerer
rules?
can learn it, I suppose.
What do you mean?
It says you can choose a spell from the spell list. The chosen spell must have a casting time of 1 action. And okay, never mind.
Yeah, it's just
I
an
thought there
action
were like
cantrip.
other specific rules to cardomancy, but there isn't.
Heck yeah.
And then okay, for my last 2 hours, I'll probably go back to the library and see if there's any books about like deities, because now Aerith is curious.
Roll me an investigation with advantage due to your background. Hey.
Hey.
You spend probably about 2.5 hours. By the time you realize that your friends are probably awake, you have found no god books here at all. You've found references to the gods, but they're all made. There's only been about a half dozen out of the books that you picked through, and the only ones you ever found it in were ones that talked about travelers from the east and west, bringing their deities. But there are no gods here. At least none that the Tabaxi worship.
Well, since I
You
found
heard about our
nothing.
brother Siberia matter?
Finding nothing and there being nothing to find are two entirely different things. And with a natural 20, you can at least be pretty damn sure that there was just nothing to find.
There's
You
nothing
found
to
it.
Just hit you
find.
with
Nothing.
he just hit you with the absence of evidence isn't the
I
evidence of
know.
absence. Unironically, bro.
Got him.
Hell yeah, dude.
Damn. Oh well.
It's in the vault. You must get it.
It's in the vault. The Ocean's 8 the shit.
As the rest of you awaken, kind of drag yourselves out of your bed, stretch, get your gear together, meet up in the common room all around the same time. Aerith's not there, but you do see Rose, Ken.
Hey. Morning.
Don't know if I would have gotten up voluntarily.
That's actually
But-
fair. I'll leave it to you then.
I guess if Eidos kicked me out, but
Oh, he didn't kick you out.
Nah, man. If you sleep, you sleep.
Then you don't see
Whenever
Rose.
it's morning time and we normally do our exercise and training, that's when Enos will be up. But he's not gonna force Rose up, especially if they came in smelling like a cat, dude.
Oh,
He can kind of figure out what they got up to.
yeah. All right. As Eidos kind of like pulls the door closed gently and turns around, sees you and Aureus in the hallway, Ken. The three of you are together. You do not see Rose. You do not see Aerith.
Okay.
sorry. Just don't know that they would have gotten up voluntarily at a normal time, considering they didn't go to bed until late.
So,
All right. Well, on that note, I guess I'm going to do my meditation.
okay.
Hopefully, I can get really fucking close today. Hopefully.
Let's do it up.
Goddamn charisma.
Okay.
You know
Okay.
what? Flash Genius. I'm gonna get this to a
Okay.
19.
That's not bad.
It's
I want this
19.
done.
Okay. So that'll be 3d6.
Okay.
What was that? Was I doing Constitution? I can't actually
I
remember.
think
Was it
so.
wisdom?
Yes. Yeah. Constitution for your fury.
Okay.
As you.
Powerful. There it is.
God.
Wah, wah.
As you once again focus on that cold memory that you had come into contact with so long ago, the memory of that lost frost giant so long ago, and yet so recently. It's only been a week, maybe. But the heat that burns outside this place is like, it's like a bad song you can't get out of your head. And as you keep trying to think of cold, you get like autumn, spring kind of temperatures. But it's still a D6. You always make progress. As Aureus, you kind of sit down next to Eidos to utilize that little bit of energy emanating off of him to help shape your own. As I keep trying to pull up the right document.
Working on
Yours.
Brazilian.
Oh, that was actually really good. 22. Where's my notes? So that would be 5d6 on that one.
Hey. Yeah,
Oh, yeah?
that's pretty good.
Take it.
How
Very
late do you sleep in, Eric or Rose?
Probably only another like hour
Okay,
past
so
when
like
everybody starts like getting up and moving around.
wrapping up training. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And
So
Aerith. Oh,
just like hearing everybody like moving around, talking and like doing stuff, and they'll
Making noises.
yeah
Mhm.
sit for a little bit and then finally drag themselves out of bed.
It's like a Mexican family on Sunday mornings. As soon as you
Right,
hear that
and you're like-
as soon as you hear that music, you're fucked.
oh,
You're like, God damn it,
can't
I want to
imagine.
keep sleeping, but
That
man.
that music starts at my neighbor's house at like 7 in the morning.
Suavemente.
Oh God.
Why?
But as you realize that it's been about 2.5 hours, Aerith, up in the library, and you haven't been able to find any concrete, like, gods of the Tabaxi, you're pretty sure they just don't worship the divine here.
Or
What are you
any
doing?
divine. Since I've essentially found nothing, I will, or proof that there is nothing to find. I'll probably head back to see, what everybody's gonna do.
So I'd say the big thing that probably snaps you out of it, Rose, is you've been hearing the like hushed conversations of the other three. They probably told Ken that you came in late last night and that you're sleeping, and everyone's kind of just keeping their voices hushed. But there's occasional where you can hear something out in the common room, and then you hear the door open and close. That like loud clack, and that's probably that last sign of like, all right, I need to get out of bed. Pull yourself free, and the party is united. All 5 of you are together.
And then we get ambushed.
Yes, exactly. Roll initiative.
Beans.
Rose will push open the door and yawn. It's stretching, and then head over and kind of like collapse on the couch
Morning,
next to
princess.
everybody.
Sleepyhead.
Morning. It's already hot. This place sucks.
It's all right.
Well,
A
maybe
little
it'll
warm,
cool
yes.
down a bit when we, calm Ifrit.
I feel like it better, because otherwise, like, damn, you really live like this.
I mean, I'm sure when we go to the water plane next, it'll be nice and chilly.
Oh god. Do you think that entire plane is just gonna be like, are we gonna have to be underwater the entire time?
I'm pretty sure they have methods for that.
Could be ice.
That's even worse.
Well, yeah, that's kind of bad because I need good footing for punching.
Right? How would that
Not
work?
the
How does swordplay work underwater?
swing harder.
Use
Ugh.
lightning spells.
Yeah.
Uh.
Check yourself.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
What about the air one? Are we just floating?
Flying, falling forever.
Well, hold on.
Like
Would
that
it be
one thing.
contradictive because, we can't fly in these planes? What if, in air we can't fly anyway? We're just fucking screwed.
Just fall forever.
Falling in style.
It's like that stupid thing that Helm made us do, and we were just falling forever.
Maybe we will have to get gliders. Oh, please tell me it's Aarakocra in the air biome.
Feel
No,
like
it's
it sure might
Aarakocra
be.
in the water.
That sounds terrible.
Oh, please be the toad people. They're so goofy. I love them. That are the fish people. Both of them. They're both so goofy.
I can get you with one of those. I'll
The
promise you that.
catfish people.
Hell yeah. Yes, the catfish people.
Ironically, Oni knows who populates all the Dales, and he told you all a long time ago, but he ain't here no more.
And you don't remember.
Nope.
Ken should remember.
The really ugly Namazu people. Ken, what are they?
Roll me a history.
Yeah, I was about to say I gotta open up the mental library for this one.
Nat 20. Let's go.
Search.
Burn another one. Come on.
No.
Hey, it was close
Almost.
enough.
It was very
Right.
close.
You do remember the names of the races: the Minotaur, the Tabaxi, the Yagudo, and the Sahagin.
Sahagins.
I don't know what any of those are.
Oni, did you describe what any of them were?
I don't remember descriptions. I remember
I
names.
think he just
Probably not.
named them. Yeah, I think he just named them.
The Sahugit are like the mer people, like the half fish.
Oh,
half
you wanted the Kuatoa. No,
Yeah,
I'm
he
not-
wanted the Kuroto.
the Kuatoa don't fit into a place with no gods because they're gods.
No, there's another fish people that's even goofier. Like they're like midgets, but they look like catfish with legs.
In Stormblood,
Yeah.
the minis or the mount where they're like carrying the
Yeah, they
The
look like
Namazu?
Namazus.
Yeah, the Namazus.
They look almost exactly like Namazus, except for obviously they're more
Lokata.
realistic. Yes.
They're called Lokata. Locathah. I have not actually looked at these guys before. They're so
Interesting.
goofy looking.
Yes, these guys.
Did you get the picture? Or do you want me to post it?
Yes, I can post it. Copy image. This one has a pet.
Right? I think we found the same image.
Oh God.
It's so funny.
It's really
Yikes.
goofy Namazu.
Interesting.
Well, I will say, they're all called the Tabaxi here, but a lot of the cat people here definitely look more Leonin than Tabaxi. So Sahagin may be more of an all-encompassing term. Who knows what you'll find as I rapidly update my notes.
I guess as they wrap up morning training and Rose will rifle through their pile of gear that they left on the floor out here and try to find the bits that were damaged.
What's your armor based out of?
I
It's just a bunch
think
of
it's
magical
all,
items, right? Like
yeah, I
AC
think it's all
bonuses.
based on my shield, my ruby weave, my sword. I think that's it. It's all like items, not
Yeah. There's no
armor anymore. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Each one of them bears like a small crack in it. So as you take out the the gem, the sword, and kind of set them out before you, you can see those little veins of corruption still running within it. You kind of begin
I guess
tuning it,
they'll
sharpening
look
it.
at
Go ahead.
Ken. Well, they'll look at Ken as just like, how do I fix this shit?
Well, I just use mending, but maybe if you could just kind of generate some magical energy, just think about it as like your items caught a cold or disease, and then just think about trying to expel said disease from the items.
Or you could fix it for me. That sounds complicated.
How much you gonna pay him?
Pass it over.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Also, while you do that, I can work on this then. And to kind of like reach up and tap the circlet.
So you guys are going to spend an hour with Ken repairing your AC damage, and you're going to attune or
Yes.
start the process. Okay.
hmm
What's everybody else doing for that hour?
Gonna chill and let them do that, but also, so is it just a one charge on freedom? Before I forget, I can add it to
It
my Misty
has
Step total.
It has a total of 4 charges, and it regains 1d4 plus 1 every dawn. So you can use it up to 4 times a day. And it's 1 charge
Whoa!
per Misty Step. Yeah, it's one of the artifacts of Bahamut.
Eos just now has 5 Misty Steps on deck at any given time. Okay.
Jumping around.
I could have swore I said this to you, man. I'm so sorry. I could have been jumping everywhere, man. Oh. Okay.
Oops.
It happens.
Yeah, right. So I know you guys are all curious to know what Bahamut's love does.
Yes.
As Rose, you begin the attunement process and you kind of reach out your mind into the item. And these items they do have a voice. They have a life within them. It's not as, I wouldn't say vivid or vibrant, but it's not as full as what you sense out of Zanar. But as you begin reaching out with that bit of yourself, that magical component within your heart that allows you to interact with other magical components, you do sense a will, a desire, like a hope within the item itself. And then I'm going to send this to you so you can decide what to do, as it does require attunement.
It does.
Just
Problem
realized
is,
you
I'm
gave
full up.
Rose the mind control object that lets people love her, and she has a habit of seducing people.
It's not a habit. I just do it.
You really
That's
think
a habit.
something from Bahamut would control other people?
Willingly.
No, I'm saying Rose is gonna find some way to use it for nefarious purposes.
You see this
can't
crown?
Oh.
You
Maybe
see
not
this crown?
nefarious. Let me
I am
rephrase, let me
nobility.
rephrase.
You must
Not
listen to me.
nefarious, but for personal
Self-serving.
gain.
Excuse me, I don't need an item to get people to do what I want.
No, you don't. You're just
Nefarious
like,
purposes,
well, I
she
have this
said.
item, might as well use it.
I rely on my
You
own
will use it
talents.
for goofy and personal reasons. How about that?
I mean, I could
So you
definitely use
copy and
some of
paste
this
if you
for
want it.
terrible things.
I'm sure you can. That's frightening. But knowing Rose, you're going to use it for the goofiest purposes, for your own self-indulgence.
Maybe. Let's
Let me know if you have any questions.
yeah.
So the different objects can talk to each other, right?
They seem to be kind of reacting to each other. Talking is... It's a big word for what they do. They're not that sentient. I mean, they have something within them, but there's a reason that Zanar can speak eloquently and come in and out, whereas truth and justice and freedom, their words come out a lot more emotional, like singular words, not necessarily long conversations. Freedom's goodbye to Oni probably being the one,
Outlier.
exception to prove the rule. Yeah.
I was just wondering because it'd be funny if like the items interacted with each other and like, these two objects are great friends. These two don't get along sometimes.
They all seem like they get along with each other quite well, yeah.
These aspects of Bahamut's fractured personality hate each other.
I think they would hate each other, but like kind of like Rose and Orius fight Rose, stop getting into trouble.
No.
And Rose like, no, freedom. Fuck around,
I mean,
joy.
that's kind of how everybody is. We're all
Yeah.
somewhat at conflict with ourselves. The things we want to do and the things we know we should do and the things we don't want to do and know we shouldn't do.
No,
So I can use my reaction in effect to other people.
Yes.
Can I use it?
Sometimes
I
you
can-
just have to let the intrusive thoughts win.
Exactly. That is this character in a nutshell. Does that work to like use it with somebody else and me as well?
Yes, yeah, you can be
Okay.
either of those people, source or target, but
Okay.
both of those have to be someone within the collective.
turning Rose into a hive mind queen.
I mean, kinda.
Oh no.
But not hive mind, but like
I mean, if you want, I'll post it for them to read it too. But it's
Please,
up to you
sure,
whether
why
you
not?
want to.
Do it.
Please,
Fuck it.
Okay.
please.
You gotta post all the other ones too, though, so I can read the other ones.
Okay. Well then, here
Yeah,
we'll start.
Justice is
Start with
great.
justice.
But this will be really nice. I can't use it right now because I literally don't have any attunement slots. Because the fire cloak is kind of necessary right now in the fire plane.
Hit us with a popcorn reading style so that I can hear it because I can't stop and look at my phone.
That's
It's in
fair.
this spot.
So the artifact has a few different uses. As part of a ritual that takes a minute, Rose can channel through the artifact and create a collective of up to 8 other willing creatures within 120 feet. You can't choose someone who is unwilling. They have to be willing. While under that effect, you can all communicate telepathically with each other either as a group or directing like individually to each other.
Individuals.
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool.
The second one is Rose has the ability, as
Also,
long
the
as you're
first one,
attuned.
the first one can affect like over any distance as long as you're in the
Yes.
same plane of existence.
You can speak telepathically across any distance as long as you're on the same plane. The second ability gives them the ability to understand any spoken language and to be understood by any creature that can speak a language. They can expend 1 charge from the artifact to give everybody within the collective that ability for an hour.
Right?
That's pretty dope too.
Yeah.
Whenever a member within your collective makes a skill check or saving throw,
This one's
Rose
dope.
can use their reaction to expend 1 charge from love to choose any creature within the collective. That chosen member, which could be themselves as well, can then use their skill or saving throw instead of the original target. The original target still narratively performs the action, but using the chosen member's roll.
That's pretty good.
Right?
That's pretty. So
Yeah.
you can basically make it so that everybody's always getting like the best person to do it for them. Huh?
Yeah,
I mean,
you
I
can
can
kind
only
of optimize it within that, but it does require a reaction to do it.
yeah,
So.
a reaction and a charge, and there's only 6 charges.
And then
Still,
the final,
that's sick. Like
something
right?
that can come in clutch.
Yeah.
and then the final one is as an action, Rose can expend 2 charges from love to cast Mass Cure Wounds at 5th level, targeting the collective across any distance.
How long
That's
does
fine,
the
that's fine.
collective last?
Until they create a new one the next day.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you just have
Until
enough
your next
content.
long rest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
just-
just the charges.
Keep everybody together all the time forever.
They are communication, understanding, support, and affection.
I could just randomly talk to Rose in the middle of the night. Stop causing trouble.
You could have been while Rose was occupied.
You just get a message from Orius. Rose, are you fucking?
Stop it.
What would
Make sure you use
Tella
text
think?
them.
We've officially
Well, I think
created the Wanderers
Arius
group
knows
chat.
that
what?
Rose is in like an open relationship.
We've officially created the Wanderers group chat.
Yep, that's pretty
Yeah.
much what it is.
What did you say,
That's
Kyle?
hilarious. I feel like Orius would just be like, just wear protection because he knows that you're in an open relationship.
I mean, they've sort of discussed the relationship with you guys, but not extensively.
Yeah, briefly, but you kind of gave the idea that you were in open and everyone was fine with it, and so Orius
Yeah.
just like, okay, that's fine. He's a Dragonborn. They're like a huge clan family, so he kind of gets it.
As you finish up your communion with the artifact, at this point, you can technically unattune from something and attune to it if you wanted to.
But I need all my stuff right now.
Wait, what are you currently attuned to?
I will let you all
My
discuss while I pee.
sword.
I'll be right back.
Which is
Yes,
kind of
are-
necessary.
Keep
Yeah.
the sword.
My Ruby Weave gem, which is good for my spellcasting stuff. And then the Fire Cloak, which gives me immunity to fire right now and can't be crit.
That's also
yeah.
really good.
So
Right? It's kind of necessary for this plane of
Yeah.
existence at this
I
current
guess
moment.
I have an
After the
open
fire flame?
attunement. What if
I
you
know,
drop the ruby?
Thought about it. Oh no, you can't have that.
Well, only temporarily, at least for now.
But that's mine.
Oh my god.
Personally, I think it's fine if you just keep your current attunements, and then once we're out of the
Yeah.
fire jail,
I figured once we're out of the fire, I can switch it.
Or I guess you could give someone else the fire cloak, and anytime you take fire damage, someone uses the reaction to take the damage for you.
Well, the problem is that the only reason I have immunity right now is because of Zanar, and so like that's kind of a
Plus
specific
another-
situation.
Gotcha. So you need a bow.
Yeah. So it
Gotcha.
wouldn't. Well, yeah, and for somebody else, it wouldn't double up because you guys just have like the normal
Yeah.
fire resistance.
Well,
I
I
mean,
have
that's
fire
fine, but-
I mean, that would be
resistance.
the.
I have
That
fire
wouldn't be the end
resistance
of the
from my
world.
armor.
No, but it's
Yeah.
not. It's not the
It's
cloak.
special.
It's the sword. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You wouldn't get the immunity, but
Mhm.
as long as it's not like the immunity off the cloak, I mean, worst case scenario, you don't necessarily need the immunity if you just want the dope artifact, but you also don't have to do it until we get out of the fire deal too.
Yeah, I just like I don't know if I should keep it for that immunity and it also like prevents me from being able to be crit, which is kind of nice.
That's like the
But
linchpin.
Probably hang on, like just wait until we deal with Ifrit, and then you can attune to the cloak for
right,
your
that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Bahamut artifact.
Yeah.
But yeah, once that happens, you can give it to either Aerith or Ken. 'Cause they're
Yeah.
the only two that are going to have slots for sure.
Right.
Oh no, Ken's gonna get his sixth one when you hit 17, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh,
Am
no.
I?
I mean,
I can't remember when you.
Hold up, hold up.
where is my
Like artificer.
spell?
I'm doing the same thing.
Right, I'm charging my ring of
Cautious.
spell
18.
18. So close.
18. So close.
I get 5th level spell slots though at 17 if I remember correctly. Yeah. I get my
That's
first one.
infused
Yep.
items.
What do we get at 17? Ah, yes. 9th level spell slots.
Right.
Yeah.
9th
Yep.
level, yay!
I get my first 5th level spell slot. And
Steel
Yeah,
Wind
if I remember
Strike.
correctly. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like,
Oh,
Steel
yeah,
Wind
and
This is
Strike,
such a nice
and
spell.
I was
upgrade.
promised I would be able to get teleportation circle to get home.
Yeah.
You will.
Oh, that's so nice.
And
17, I
well,
get a 9th
I
level,
also need
and we all
teleportation
get
circle
resistance.
to activate the platinum gates.
You do.
Can't wait till we're level 17.
You guys are close.
Yeah.
Really
All ready
close.
to
It's
double your
Ifrit.
entire effective
It's
HP?
Ifrit. I know it.
Probably.
Probably.
I
Actually,
would
after
never
Ifrit,
set
we
the
got a
next.
guy named Steve that we gotta beat up. He's just there. He's that 1 XP we need
Right.
to...
He's just
Just
hanging
a
out.
little salamander man down in the lava, lighting everything
Salamander
on
Steve, no.
fire.
We just walked past him and we haven't been able to level up to 17 because we walked past him.
Yeah.
He's just a goofy little guy setting fires
He's
everywhere.
just a guy.
Setting fires everywhere.
He's not even evil. He just likes setting fires.
Mhm. That game is a lot of fun.
Right.
I was actually like Friday. I'm like, I really want to play it.
I know.
Please,
I didn't get
please.
home until like 6:30 though, and then we
Yeah, it
didn't
was
finish
so
dinner until like
late.
8:30.
It was 8:30 or 9 when she
It
looked at
was
me and I
just
was
like,
like, I gotta
oh,
take a shower and like
I'm
But
so
that game's a
tired.
lot of fun. I keep wanting to play
It
it again.
is. I know.
Yep.
Maybe
we'll have
tomorrow
to
if we have time.
catch up tomorrow, yeah.
Hell
But
yeah.
alright, so as you wrap up the hour, choosing not to attune to it right now, right?
Yeah, not currently, but at
It
least attuned to
seems
it.
not
Sort of.
disappointed, but
Rude.
like a little bit off put, you know? It gets that kind of like you get that like,
How
oh,
dare you pick someone other
okay, I understand. Don't worry about it.
than
Feeling from it.
At least it's not like the harp who's like, I'm leaving.
me?
that you ignored the Amstrad harp and it was just like, I'm fucking gone,
Fine.
buddy. I'm out.
Bye.
I
You don't get to ignore me.
apologized.
I know you did. It was really funny.
Not good enough.
She came around to one of the members of your party. You ended up getting it back. It all worked out.
Takashi convinced her that he'll find someone to play her.
Yeah. I mean, Caraway's doing a great job. Definitely enjoying having that to fill a little bit of life back into the Feywild after a lot of war.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you guys have for me next? What are you doing?
Breakfast.
Yeah, breakfast. I guess we Check
Do
in
we
with
want to
Kingsguard
fight
and
Ifrit?
the king. I guess let him know that, hey, today's the day.
As you step out into the hall to head down towards the cafeteria, the dining hall, I guess it would be in a palace, you notice that the palace is much more alive than it was last night. As you step out into the hall, you can hear a bustle from down below, like just people moving around, voices communicating back and forth. And then when you turn that corner in the hallway, and can see straight out into where like the large archway that leads onto the balcony where the two stairways go down, it turns into a dull roar of tabaxi, all communicating, talking about preparations to be made, things that needed to be secured, inventory checks to see what was missing or had been moved, distribution of supplies that had been consolidated to the palace that needed to now be redistributed out to the city. So as you kind of wake up and head out from the room, the quiet of your tiny, I say tiny, but comfortable, sweet room is immediately replaced with the sound of a very lively city. You guys kind of like stand up on the balcony and look down, and you can see Leon looking much, much haler, directing, "Yes, just grab that one there. You need to bring that down to the port side dock. That's where we've got that one, that ant that managed to make it back yesterday. We need to get it completely restocked as they have been struggling for a while out in the wilds." And a few of the other tabaxi nod to each other and run into a room bringing out like a crate that they're all carrying together. What are you guys doing? Still heading for food?
I'd like to check in with Leon, make sure he's still good, and I guess ask what's going on.
As you head down the stairs, kind of call out to him, he turns. "Ah, good morning. I was letting you rest as long as you could. Get your strength together. We didn't wake you, did we?"
No.
Good.
I'm good.
Good. We are attempting to regain control of our beloved city. The king has expressed a great need to get Thrastiel out of the caldera, as our home is quite uncomfortable here, but many preparations must be made if we are to attempt a feat such as that, so we are making said preparations, and getting those who may not be capable of surviving into what available ants we have, and deployed out into the Dale safely. What is your plans for the day?
Well, eat, confirm our gear and everything else is in check, and I think today's the day we're going to engage a freak. Gonna set him free.
That would warm my heart greatly to see the great serpent again. What is your plan for entering the temple? Are you... Kind of like looks around.
Probably need an ant.
I mean, where is it? Like you said, the Ferastiel was trying to get to Ifrit. Is it straight down from here? Where is Ifrit?
At the moment, indications are that it is at the base of the caldera, buried beneath the magma and rock. Kind of like looks around. Shirash! Come over here! Shirash kind of perks his head up and turns, and goes, looks over at you all. Good to see you all again.
Okay. You guys didn't die. Good job.
We didn't die. Thanks to you all. What's going on, Leon? Looks at me. You have been within Ifrit, correct? You have paid homage to the great crystal within the temple. Shirash nods. It's part of our coming of age ceremony when we're graduated as sages. Why? Tell them what you know. He kind of just gives him a nod. Hey, no, you cannot carry it like that. You have to carry it this way up. And he kind of looks back at you all. I'll be back. Kind of storms away to go and deal with a few of the commoners. And Shirash kind of looks and goes, right, so normally there's a entrance into a, well, we say it's habitable. We like to say it's habitable. As hot as all balls. But technically you can survive in it. Ifrit himself is not like any other creature you have ever met. And honestly, it resembles more our ants than you or I. Its bones are metal, and its flesh, well, hot kind of understates the temperature you're looking at in there. Atop the ridge on its back, there was an entrance into the core of it, where at its heart thrummed, fully still thrums, a massive crystal, red and burning, through which the fire passes, or so we're told. At the moment, the back's probably the easiest thing to reach, but it's quite a descent. From what I saw yesterday, looking at a few 100 feet, and most of that is roiling magma that is being held back barely.
Sounds fun.
Could an ant get us there? No.
And then sits back. Potentially. Honestly, it's designed to resist the heat. It's what is it going to be called? Its systems rely on it and draw heat in order to power themselves, so it may be able to survive to get you down there, but that vertical of a wall of liquid rock, I doubt it'd be able to climb out.
So if we succeed, we're stuck.
I mean, until we
Unless
win the fight, I guess.
Okay. Well, I guess succeed the first time.
Easy.
We borrow an ant?
He's-
Well, also, we're gonna have to borrow a driver.
Do we want to take anyone down there
That's-
with us?
No, we don't.
No.
Let's just...
Like, I mean, it'll be
How quickly can you learn how to
treacherous.
drive an ant?
How smart are you? I mean, we taught Zamar. Kind of looks between.
Who learned how to drive the
I,
airship? Ken, you learned how to drive an airship. You should know how to drive it. It'll be similar.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Easy. 10 minutes. You got this.
How many
Right?
times did you almost crash that airship? It was 2?
Couple.
A couple.
Almost crashing is not crashing, so
It's true.
win in my book.
And I mean, so it'll be hot as hell, but there is a way to get down there by foot, right? We don't need to bring one of your ants down there and then abandon it forever because there's no way to bring it back.
I didn't see a safe descent. I saw kind of looks between the tabaxi that are out just bustling around you and motions back. Let's head into the meeting room. There's parchment in there. I can kind of draw it out on. So as he leads you back, I'm going to pull us over to one of our favorite things, my drawing board.
Draw!
Hey.
Oh god, show me things.
As the lake of molten magma and all of the goodies are still here,
It
as
looks
well
like a
as
foot with us right here.
it does. You look like toes. Oh, I hadn't seen that. But okay, so the caldera that you're in is roughly round, like here, and in the center you had Ferastiel. Now there is a hole about, I don't know, 200-300 feet in diameter that is like an almost straight vertical puncture into the ground, with the walls being streams of magma. Think like Moses parting the Red Sea, except it's a puncture of magma
Straight
pouring
down.
down into what you could see, or what he will describe as the spiked and spined, like dorsal area of Ifrit. So it's like he's like under the ground. The spike's here, and there's this like of pouring magma
Mm.
that flows down and then
Mm.
off to the sides.
That doesn't sound dangerous at all.
Nah,
I
seems
mean,
fine.
you could jump.
Right?
Honestly, if you jump
Jump
far
straight
enough
down.
out, you could land on its back.
Don't touch
But
lava.
don't touch the lava. Really, don't touch the lava. The ant, they're hard to build, and they take a lot of skill and time. But they are not as precious to us as our city, or Ifrit itself. If that is one of the many prices we have to pay to restore this balance, we'll pay it. It's up to you. We have been told by Wasa to provide you with whatever you need.
Anyone have slow fall?
I have Featherfall.
Eris does.
Featherfall.
Yeah.
That
Would the ant even survive dropping however many hundreds of feet down there?
It would
Shatter upon
probably
impact.
never walk again if you could catch it correctly with the legs. Like Sumar was doing, jumping between those mountains.
Right.
Potentially could absorb the impact. I mean, they're designed to be able to move around this terrain, and this isn't unusual. These, God, what would they be called? They're like sinkholes, but like fire sinkholes.
Flaming sinkholes.
The greatest fire in our world is said to exist so deep beneath the earth that you'd have to cross through it to get to the other side.
Yes, we could. I guess someone could drive us. I'm just gonna draw. Park the
Please
ant
do.
up.
Yeah.
Park the ant up there, and then we just jump with Featherfall. Let me actually double check what Featherfall does before we.
Slows your descent for 1 minute.
Yeah.
1 minute. So right before we hit the ground.
It's
How far is
generally
the drop?
used as
About
a
300 feet.
reaction.
All right.
60 feet per round, which actually, for 1 minute, means that in that time, you can feather fall 600 feet. No problem. I think the only reason that we had to do that skill check outside of Astrozalian is because you dropped in
That was
from
more
like 2
miles.
miles.
Yeah.
And so you kind of had to wait until that like last moment of, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
All right. Yeah, I think Featherfall will work better, and then you don't have to waste
We
an
just-
ant.
Right? We just jump. As long as you don't fuck up and touch the lava. I'm good with that.
Just jump.
What's
good.
the worst that could happen?
If somebody's gonna touch the lava, we gotta let Rose do it.
Yeah.
Right? I'll try it out.
So we'll use Rose like a sled.
Okay, I have some. No.
No, you don't.
To be fair, you rode on my head all the way
Sure.
down the side of the mountain. I think it's
And?
only fair we use you as a sled.
What if I turn into a whale?
I don't know if a
As long
whale's
as you
gonna
keep that,
survive that.
as long as,
Fire
as long as you keep the fire immunity once you become the whale, that's cool.
Yeah, not exactly sure about that, but if it eats through the the shield hit points of the whale or whatever. And then after that I'll be immune.
Is polymorph, is there a limit on the CR of it?
Up to my level, I think. Or
Just make
Yeah,
sure you
maybe-
turn into something with good con, because you're gonna take a lot of fucking lava damage. You're gonna be making a lot of saves with all of us on your back. That's the only reason. I would be a little bit
Can you
worried.
turn into a giant turtle? Or a miniaturized version of the giant
A
turtle?
miniaturized giant turtle. I don't know if there's a stat block for that.
I mean, there aren't stat blocks for a lot of things that we make up.
That's fair.
Right, what animal is immune to fire?
It has to be a beast, which
A
means it's going to
fire
be
dragon
like
or a red dragon, gold dragon.
Can
Yeah, I
you
can't be
become one of
dragons.
those
No.
giant underwater slugs that live in like the magma outcrops underwater?
Slugma.
I mean, you can't be
If
a
you
dragon
can,
yet.
The one,
right.
the like snails that have like the metallic scales from
Yeah.
being down there. Those
I
things are
mean,
fucking cool.
if it's considered a beast, and if that's something that I've seen before in my life, which I don't think it
Well,
is.
it's really small is the thing.
I
It's like this.
think
I think it's large
that kind
slug,
of
like over the size of your
defeats the
palm.
purpose. I
They're
guess you could make
super
me
cool
bigger.
looking. I mean, they're
Super cool.
horrible, but they're super cool. Volcano snails.
Volcano snail.
It's got like
Can you become a
scale
giant one?
scales.
Yeah, that looks gross.
Malin squamiferum. Prehistoric
Gross.
creature. Okay.
But yeah, so it's like it has to be a challenge rating equal to or less than my level, I think. And it has to
Yeah.
be a beast, and it has to be something I've seen before.
Yeah, and the highest CR beast in the game is a Tyrannosaurus Rex,
You're right.
which is why I
Unless
said
you can
8.
right. Unless you can somehow show me like an image of whatever you're thinking of.
I don't know any beast that is immune to lava.
Yeah, I don't think there probably aren't any. That's why I was thinking something just big that can tank damage.
I mean, I think Slowfall is just the best bet.
Well, thankfully, polymorph isn't like wild shape. Like you don't have to have seen it before, so you could just we
Oh,
could talk
as
to
long
the
as you can
random people to
describe
see
it.
if they just name a cool animal real quick, Chief, and then we've got somebody who can become it.
I didn't realize that didn't have the
Right, I
same
thought I had to
limitation
be
as
able to
wild
see
shape. I
it.
thought it did. Yeah, that's cool.
What animals?
Yeah, I
did
was
you-
looking. Because I knew wild shape did, but I didn't know polymorph did.
Mhm.
But I don't know what all beasts there are though. It's the problem because wild shape is a lot more restrictive than that.
Yeah.
I mean, the Tabaxi here should know any beast that could survive it.
Have we seen anything like any weird shit out here since we've been running through the Fire Dell?
You've seen small lizards that like are they remind you of Sal, Kentoji's salamander friend that he fought you with when you had to fight through Malachi's or Rokai's lair. And there are like they're essentially like phoenixes. They're like firebirds that fly around in the air. Let's see. Within the city, they have domesticated animals like that you probably ran past that they keep for, milk, cheese, food, things like that.
Livestock.
Yeah, livestock. But nothing that I think would be big enough. And the creatures that you saw didn't seem ill-affected by the heat, but they were just sort of moving about on like the hot stone and the rock. You didn't see any swimming in lava or anything like that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I also have a different idea, but it would really only work on one person.
Let's
Let us
Like
hear it.
I could put somebody in an invulnerable bubble.
Hell yeah, a hamster ball gorilla devil.
Yes. Yep.
Hell yeah.
But I think it says encloses a creature or object of large size or smaller within range. So I think it only works on one person.
It does, yep. That's a resilient sphere.
Yes.
Yeah.
But in the movie, no, I'm kidding.
Right? Like I wish we huddle up real close and shove everybody in the bubble, right? I'm trying to think, like I've been trying to think of a way to, if there was some way we could like,
Shrink someone?
Yeah, or somehow work
Imagine we
the way.
shrink a big thing into large so you could put them in the sphere and then drop it so that they expand. But since they're already in it, it can't break. They just crush themselves in their own mass.
Yep.
I mean,
That'd be pretty funny.
Hmm.
That's pretty gruesome.
yeah. Making sure everything huge or larger has a disintegrate spell. So break in case of bubble.
Breaking case of bubble.
Yeah, I think Aerith had it right with the feather fall. Just jump and aim.
We can
Or
certainly
other
provide
way
you with the
around. Aim
pilot.
first and then jump. Don't jump and be like, all right, I want to land there. Oh wait.
Oops, Lava.
And there's always an ant at your service. The one that we brought in here. They are restocking it for us, but it can be made ready at a moment's
Just-
notice.
It seems like there's no good reason for us to destroy one of your things that takes a lot of resources and time to make.
Yeah, let's not do that. Actually,
I
do you have
appreciate that.
fire resistance or fire immunity potions?
We do have tinctures that can be consumed to provide resistance to heat. If you want, I can see about procuring some of them for you. They are normally utilized only when we have to deal with the planar threats directly, not frequently.
Yeah.
How many do we need? Who's not resistant to fire?
It's just
Me,
10.
I mean, I got one more potion of fire resistance, but that's like, yeah, that's like for an hour, if I remember correctly. So I wouldn't mind another 2.
Yeah, just 2 then.
Okay. We can certainly provide that. I'll make sure they add that to the stores provided. I assume we'll be at least escorting you across the caldera.
That would be nice.
If you'd like to, as long as it's not too dangerous.
Anything we can do to help. And no, not going to be any more dangerous than I was in the cockpit while he was doing that shit. It was terrifying.
At least you were in an enclosed metallic bubble that hopefully wouldn't destroy you if it fell off a cliff.
That came so
Don't do that,
close.
then.
You all have no idea. But no, if he can get us through that and can get us here, then you all, well, you made a lot of lofty promises, and I believed you, but that only went so far. You've now proven your strength and your intention. So if you think that this is the best way for us to go, and he kind of like just taps down on the parchment that we've all been just scribbling on, we can get you here to the edge, and definitely get you some of those tinctures, and God, I just wish there was more we could do.
Fire healing potions?
Actually,
More potions.
Let me see.
actually, yeah. I'm looking through my inventory and mm-mm.
Okay.
That's a good point.
I need.
What do I have?
Let's see. How do I want to do this? What do I want to do? Because it's always fun to just do it randomly. 2 people roll me a d20.
I want
I
to
roll
roll.
1.
It's like rolling.
I like rolling.
Did you say you dislike rolling?
No, I said who feels like rolling.
Oh, okay.
Me.
Yeah.
You said I dislike rolling. Like, oh no.
I love rolling. It's D&D. It's
Right?
okay to begin to roll.
Hey.
No, what the
Okay.
fuck?
He
Yeah.
nods. I can get you probably a couple commons and a greater each. We'll add that into the stores.
Anything else anyone can think of?
Fire resistance potions, check. Healing potions, check.
anti-lava boots.
Boots of lava walking.
Right?
I wish.
Let's
I
see.
don't know.
I have
I mean,
one
can you
potion
give
of
us a
healing.
quick?
I mean,
Can you give
we
us a
should
quick
be good.
rundown of the inside of Ifrit's if the people have been in there for their coming of age and the
You
safe
specifically?
stuff?
Yeah.
Oh
It
yeah,
was
like a map of the temple.
it was beautiful, honestly. In a sad way. The interior is like charred bone. It's dark and black and covered in soot and smoke. It is well, the entrance kind of comes into a rounded shape here. I'll do this down here at the bottom left, underneath where your tokens are. Like this. The great crystal through which the fire energies emanate rests in the center within a... Well, we're not sure how deep the pit goes. It just seems to float there.
Endless pit.
It does seem endless. Anyone that's looked into it has never been able to sense a bottom, and anyone that throws something into it does not hear it hit the bottom, so no one wants to jump in to find out. But here in the center is where the great crystal resides, to which I paid my homage. A temple stretches back into 4 independent shrines, each to an element of fire itself, which we are taught are heat and light, change and destruction.
Even your elements have sub-elements.
Everything is built on the tiny pieces. Everything.
They're gonna do the fire triangle at first. Oxygen, heat, fuel, and then chemical chain reaction.
I do not know what has become of it. Recently, of course, I was there several years ago, but that is how I remember it. The interior of the cavern space within Ifrit's heart is made of a dark black steel or something similar, hard and resistant to any mining destruction. He kind of like looks down and purses his lips. Can't think of anything else that might be of use.
Well, anybody else think of anything we could need before we try to set out?
You got a spare stick of dynamite?
No, no worries. No more dynamite.
Oh,
No,
dynamite.
or is
What
when
is dynamite?
I
Ah, you mean the ground that explodes? No, we do not keep that.
can't think of
I
anything.
think of
No, me
anything.
neither.
Then allow me some time to provision these potions for you, and then we'll head for the port as soon as you're ready. Like stands up from the table. Why are you all doing this? This seems like so much for 5 people to do.
Because we don't have any other choice.
I mean, we used to have another person, but then they betrayed us.
I mean,
Which one?
honestly,
Not their fault.
it's the right thing to do, and we have the power to do it. So
Noblesse
Who else is
oblige.
gonna stop him?
I see. I'm grateful we found you all. As grateful as I am that they found me. So, if you find yourselves challenged, know that you do not do this in vain, and that we appreciate every effort you're making. Okay. Well, that's enough sappiness for me. Let me get you some potions, and we should be ready to go by the time you finish your breakfast.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Speaking of sappiness, I am going to call my fiance.
Okay. He,
And tell her we're about to jump into lava.
I
I'm
am
sure
not
she'll
going to
appreciate
go
that.
into that much of a detail because knowing her, she'd probably.
Someone want to
Got it.
message Nicholas like, hey, can you keep your portents on hand really quick?
this is
What
what
you
he is
roll
going to
for today?
have on the ant for you guys, so you can.
Neat.
Don't we still have
Yeah.
that Supreme that Rose impulsively bought?
What you
Yes.
talking about? That's fine.
In case of emergency, break Rose.
Hey,
I think if
Rose-
Rose is broken, that is the emergency.
probably.
That'd be so
I'll
many hit
make you
points
eat
back.
the whole thing if that
Oh my
happens.
god.
Okay,
Glass and all.
so
Glass and all.
everyone gets 1 greater, 2 common.
Now you
Yeah.
guys can have them.
It's pretty much what he kind of like looked between,
there
and
you go
he is like,
again.
"We'll can provision that."
I already have 1 common on me, so I'll have 3 commons now.
As we will
Two
quickly fast forward as Ken, you send out your sending, which you're still typing out, and you'll get your
Yeah.
response. I'm just narrating really quick.
Mhm.
Having checked in with her, you head to the cafeteria, have your breakfast, like watch as the cacophony of tabaxi pass through here, each of them kind of looking over at you, and then they whisper amongst themselves. There's been obvious rumor of the 5 outsiders that have shown up within the city, and you do not go unnoticed, being not tabaxi.
But most of us are kind of giant and or spooky or very colorful.
Yep. Rose is really the only one that kind of blends in, and even then,
Normal-ish.
yeah. Aerith is
Hey, I'm not that colorful. I'm a single color.
I know.
Just
I gave the little like kind of both ways. Like you draw attention, but not as much as the 6.5 foot tall members of your party.
Yeah.
Um,
Legit.
I could
guys
be that
kinda
tall if I wanted to, but I don't.
Okay. 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 Those are
Oh boy.
interesting. Let's see. 'Cause Mia was there for the Earth Titan.
Yep.
Yeah.
Kind of forcing Nick to drop his current work to pull up the crystal balls. He's like, what's going on? Let me see.
They'll be fine. They can handle it.
Well, it depends. What are Nick's portents for the day? Hey.
Oh.
You know what's really funny is I actually rolled his portents.
Oh.
I also got a natural 20.
Oh.
Hey,
I rolled a 5, a 1, and a 20.
Oh my god.
So about the
you
same.
look pretty similar.
Right? It sounds pretty intentional. 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, make sure all of these potions are nice and snug in the assault pack, because
Yeah.
we're gonna be
Decide
gonna be
amongst
losing
you who
I was about to
Dragapony.
say we still have 1 greater and 2 common healing because Bros
you
refuses
sure
to
do.
grab a potion.
You better
Well,
decide who gets them,
Rose,
otherwise they're
grab it.
lost to the wind.
Rose,
Damn
grab
it.
it. So, Rose, you don't have to drink it, but if someone goes down, it's easier if it's already on you, so you can give it to them.
That sounds like too much work.
That's kind of how we lost Aureus in the first place.
No, you lost
That's
because
not
I
true.
1v1 someone in darkness.
It's because he was dumb.
He held the
Hey.
line while you guys dealt with dragon children.
Rose, they saved you as a baby. The least you could do is carry a potion or two.
I held you as a baby.
That's not fair.
You threw up in
Use
his
it
hat.
You
against
threw up
me.
in my hat, and I had to entertain you.
I mean, good.
Um,
You deserved it.
You tugged on my
Oh.
horns.
I just remembered. I had a question for you.
Also
pull
Rose.
them
deserved
off.
it, I'm sure.
Did you do anything with the necklace? Enchant it with magic or anything? Or
What do you mean?
the necklace I gave you. I was just curious if you did anything to it. I know you're wearing it. Just do you enchant it or it's just normal?
Oh, speaking of enchanting, you already know.
All the cure wounds.
All the cure
Yep.
wounds.
But yeah, Rose, what did you do?
I don't know what you're talking about. Rose will kind of just like give you a look and then shrug a little bit.
It's still doing what it was doing, Aureus.
Oh, it's still going?
Mhm.
Rose,
It's just been this like gentle kind of. It's almost imperceptible, but since you've seen it, you know what you're looking for.
Rose, I could see the necklace glowing.
Maybe it just does that. I don't know.
Rose, I made the necklace.
You started it and I kept it going.
I'm just curious.
I've
what
got
you
all the
did.
colors on there now.
Do you?
Yeah, one of
I'm
each.
just gonna walk up and inspect it. Do you remember what they were each represented?
Did they mean something? I thought it was just the colors of all the dragons.
They did mean something. It was all the dragons that I couldn't persuade to stand down. So it's a reminder to try harder and be more peaceful next time or find a way around it.
I definitely didn't continue that. I just put the colors on there that we killed.
Well, that's... Oh
Whoops.
no, because I
It's
heard a
basically the same
story.
thing.
That's not true. I know that's not true because I heard a story about a green dragon that you guys let escape or made a
That
peaceful
was
resolution to. So that's not true.
it was a
No, we killed two green dragons.
semi-hostile.
But you did
Well, you
let one
killed the
go.
two. But
We
you
did
let
let
one
one
Yeah,
go, but still.
it wasn't. I wouldn't.
You
I don't know if
tried.
I would say it was
All Aureus
peaceful.
Well, you tried, and it seems you came to a peaceful
He
resolution with one.
threatened us, and we were like, "Okay, if you don't come back, I guess."
I'll consider it a win. But I am still curious about what you did to the make it glow.
um,
How close is Aureus?
It's like he's if Rose let him, it would be in his hand, and he's inspecting it.
Do you let him?
they won't stop him, but they won't look him in the face, I guess.
Roll me an insight check, Aureus. As you
What
kind
did
of like
you do?
hold it.
It's supposed to be a good message. Don't do
23.
anything bad to the necklace.
Make sure I send this to the right. Hold on. There's now an Aureus there. Okay, maybe this will work.
Maybe.
Or he just finds his own
I have,
scale on
by
there,
the
like,
way,
whoa!
I have 4 Aureus's as like a tab I can click. I have
Oh,
Aureus,
no.
Aureus Ardreet, yours Ardreet, yours Ardreet Cleric.
Go.
And
No,
I have Gary the
it's not
Air
confusing at
Elemental,
all.
Giant Ape, Akashi, Nicholas Flamel, and Todd the Frog.
Why do you have 4 of your own character
no.
sheets?
2 of them are inactive.
Are they like different builds you were trying to decide what you wanted Aureus to be when he came back?
Yes. So one is the original Aureus, one is a test cleric, and then I have my actual cleric.
Did you see that?
See what?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did see it.
Yeah.
It does say to Aureus this time instead of to to DM like it did last time when it messed
Yes,
up. But
I changed my display name to Aureus because I feel
See
like
that.
that makes more sense.
yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you-
change my name to DM just so it really throws Kate off if he ever has to whisper anything.
No.
No.
I'll just raise an eyebrow at you, then let out a little sigh. Just let it go. I'll leave it to you then.
At no point did they meet your eyes.
Yep, I'm aware.
Okay. As you drop the scale,
Just
Guys-
remember the message behind it. All right.
Feel.
I'm just gonna take the potions that Rose is leaving behind. Otherwise, they're just gonna be lost to the wind.
Give them to Ken so that if somebody goes down, he can catapult them at us and get us back up.
Do you want them, Ken?
Baldur's Gate 3 style, throwing
Yeah.
potions at each other.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That was so
Alright.
fucking nice.
How many potions am I adding?
2 common, 1 greater.
Alright, so I'm at
As-
4 commons and 2 graders.
As you say that, Aureus and back up, Rose will kind of just like sigh a little bit. Just, the message kind of died when you died.
Well, means I'm alive again. The message is alive as well. How about that?
What exactly is it?
The message?
What isn't it?
The
Wait,
message
what
Give
is it?
us a chance.
just try your best and give everyone a second chance. Each scale was from a dragon that we attempted to make peace with and failed, but it was a reminder to try again. That maybe the next time, no matter
With
how. I think it started with the baby dragons that you guys wanted
eggs,
to,
yeah.
that I was very adamant against.
I know. I remember. That was so long ago.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
We almost killed Rose at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
For the first time.
For the first
thank God
time.
for DM intervention.
Whoa, hold on.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, shit.
Let's not kill our new player. I'm not saying you have to be perfect, Rose. Just try your best and give people a second chance.
But no third chances.
And I mean, some people deserve third chances. And fourths, and fifths, and sixths, and seventh.
Alright, you're
That's,
stretching
that's
it.
how,
talking-
that's how we got where we're at.
By the what I'm saying in fifth and sixth and seventh, I'm looking at Rose.
Yeah, I know you're talking about me. I get it. That was not subtle.
I'm just smiling while I do it. Like I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying it in a teasing way.
Not promising that I'm not going to do it again.
And I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it again. I'm saying just give people a second chance and try your best.
It's very vague. But okay. I
Still
will
a good message.
definitely take that to heart.
All right. I
Yes,
will hold you to.
Because I feel like this whole thing happened within the fire ant. As you were handing out potions, having concluded your lunch, because we'll just catch up to there narratively, or breakfast, you crossed through the city, passing by the cacophony of tabaxi that are hard at work, hammers being swung to reconstruct things that were damaged or rebuild homes, to create structures or supports. Everybody is hard at work trying to fortify the city to get Verastiel out of here. You walk down the streets, approach where you were told the docks were. You didn't actually see the docks when you came up through here because you climbed up and then went through the lower city, but you were, shown on the map that Amaji had provided roughly where they were. And follow that and can see the familiar fire ant that you had been rescued by just 2 days earlier as you entered into the Dale of Fire, being held just off of the side of the shell by what looks like two massive claws attached to a long tether of carbon fiber wire and rope that is attached to these two winches. It's just holding it there, elevated and just off the side of the shell, like as though it were sitting in the water off the edge of a dock, except that water is just air.
Just floating.
Yep. As you approach, Sharash kind of steps out from the top of the deck, from the hatch, and gives you like a salute and a wave, and a gangplank is extended over towards the edge of the docks, enabling you guys to step onto the back of the fire ant and then down into the hatch below, where you see Zumar and Amaji are both here. Nulam and Atana, they're going to sit this one out. They're going to go. They're going to go take nappy times. But the three of them are here. All right.
How did you guys even get the ant down the sheer cliff? I'm sure that was fun.
It was a lot of fun. I had so much fun. Sharash is just shaking his head back and forth. Oh, God. Maji looks over each of you. So we're just getting you to the edge of the sinkhole. And then you're jumping in. That's the plan, right?
Yep. Please don't come with us.
Are you sure? You
Yes.
just want to... All right. Come on, Zomar. Let's get them started. Sharash, he just sort of nods over, and Sharash gives him that his head nod. Your supplies are back in the barracks. You got 2 common healing potions and a greater healing potion for each of you, as well as 2 fire resistance potions that you requested there. So, you guys can go ahead and help yourselves. We'll be setting off here shortly.
Got
So you
it.
guys stepped into the back and began to divvy out the supplies and the potions. That was when Aureus noticed the necklace. And as you finish the conversation, there is a jostling motion that forces you guys to grab onto the hammocks and kind of brace as the 2 winches are activated, and you feel yourself being lowered like in an elevator. Eventually, you feel this as the 6 legs of the ant collide with the stone and begin to draw the fire up from beneath it into itself. The red lights that have been oh my god, my brain is not flickering lightly, spark to life, and you start to feel that familiar cadence of motion as the ant begins to cross the mile or so that it has to cross the caldera. Guys, have any last preparations you want to make before you get to the edge?
I mean, nothing mechanically, just double checking gear.
Reassess your gear. You make sure that left arm is working correctly. Can become a dragonling. Become the armor, dragonling armor. It seems to work. You sit.
Alright.
Oh, go ahead.
So I think only me. No. Who was here for the Earth trials?
Me.
You and Aerith.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
we're the only 2.
Yep. Okay. So I guess I'll quickly explain what we did in the Earth Temple. We may or may not have to do the same thing here, so just be prepared for. Just be
What did you
prepared
say
for
it
that.
was? Heat, light, destruction,
Change.
change.
So yeah, exactly what we did in the Earth Temple. Okay, got it.
Yeah. So what kind of weird riddly puzzles would come from that?
Well, I don't know. So, just like I said, just be prepared.
Or anything. Got it.
Yeah. I mean, that's still.
Improvise. Or something we're great at.
What's the worst that can happen?
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't think about what the worst could
Say
happen
that.
is.
It's fine. We have like different ways to revive each other. We're fine. There are
Yeah,
ways we could die.
that's uh-huh.
And if we die, it's just temporary.
Sure. That's
Mhm.
healthy.
There are definitely ways around temporary death.
I mean, even permanent deaths, we'll find a way to bring them back. We're stubborn.
Okay. As the ant stomps across the caldera's surface, takes about 15 minutes or so. And then it finally comes to a stop. A moment passes. You kind of all look between yourselves, and then there's a dunk dunk at the barracks door, and Amaji's voice. We're here. We're ready. There aren't any, the tempered aren't here. We don't know what happened to them. Nothing here but a big hole of fire.
Sure, they're fine.
Guys head up onto the top deck of the fire ant. The heat billowing up out of what is essentially a lake hole ringed with a lava fall. Because it's big. And on the map that Shirash had drawn, it didn't quite look that big, but it's a football field across in diameter. So as you stare at the edge, you realize that you got a big target to hit, and it's going to be hard to miss. You just need to not get close to the edge, which
Don't fuck it up.
really just means jumping out about 20 or 30 feet. The ant is about as close to the edge as they could comfortably get it. You can see the legs are dug down beneath you, and the starboard side, which is on the right, is facing towards the big hole, and you're kind of standing there on that deck looking down at it. Maji
We
climbs
need to
up.
be tied together as we jump. I just realized because we still need to be within a certain amount of distance.
That sounds like a terrible idea, honestly, though.
It's either that or get tempered.
Just fall all at the same time.
I'm breaking up the rope.
Okay.
I don't want to be tied to you when we fall into a lava pit. Sounds like a
Oh.
recipe for fucking disaster.
Well,
Don't be such
like
a baby.
Gloria said, it's either
Well,
that
fuck
or
you.
get tempered.
Well, if all goes according to plan, we'll be tied up to each other for like less than a minute.
This is the worst thing we've ever done.
I mean,
Really?
it's just a safety precaution.
It's one of the worst things we've ever done.
Better.
Are you
There's
sure you
nothing
still don't
wrong
want me to
with
be a
safety.
Are you sure you still don't want me to be a whale? Like, just ride on down and then at the last second, feather fall?
Yes.
Why?
Maximizing
Why you want to
resources.
be a whale?
Why wouldn't I? That sounds awesome.
Tell you what, when we
Maximizing
get
resources.
to the water plane, you could be a whale.
I'm gonna be a shark. And I'm going to eat you.
Why?
Orius is just gonna do the thing where he grabs the nose and rotates. Get rotated, nerd. Bro,
For the
just
shark.
freezes up in the water.
Graham, what are you doing, baby? Knock it off.
I doubt
You
I'd be
acquiesce to being
able
roped up?
Very, very unhappily. Get rotated.
Okay. As the
Yep. Did
Nah,
the thing,
nah.
I think.
It.
No.
I just.
You have lost someone.
He got
We're
he
right
got
there.
rotated too hard.
He got rotated too hard. Because you guys think that this is the worst thing you've done. This is going to be the worst thing I've done. Because welcome
He
back.
got rotated too hard, Earth.
Discord did not want me to say it. If we hit the lava, at least you'll survive with the fire immunity, you know?
All right.
You'll
Yeah.
have to drag us out, Rose. It's all on you. If we burn to death, it's
Oh,
all your fault.
great. Yeah. That sounds awesome.
You'll be fine.
So
We will. If we die, we will haunt you, Rose.
That's probably not a good
What's
thing
the
to say because she really has PTSD.
what's another 4 voices in my head, huh?
How many
There's
voices were you
room.
at?
Oh, like
1,
God.
technically.
We just had this conversation earlier.
I think she has 2 now.
At least I feel like we got
well, I mean, voices in your head,
Plus your own,
things
I
that can
guess.
talk to
things
me.
you've collected, quote unquote. Those are different. The only one that really talks to you is Zanar, and he talks actually out in the open.
Wow.
Everyone can
Right.
hear him.
Well, once you use the crown, then we'll all be in your head the whole time.
Yeah, that'll have a change on the landscape. There'll be a lot of telepathy then, but
Oh
Every
no.
30, every like 10 minutes, I don't see Rose. Rose, what are you doing?
Rose,
Are
where are
you
you?
allowed to block someone out mentally?
I mean, you could always just dissolve into your
Yeah, you could
collective.
But it's only once a day.
Oh, no, it's not.
I thought it was. Oh,
It
is
just
it?
it lasts until
It
you
lasts
use
the
it
whole day.
again,
Okay.
or you finish a long rest.
I'd go to
Otherwise,
someone
I
else.
can
Like, hey,
use
can you
a.
contact
Yeah,
Rose
you can
for me?
re-up it. It just over like so the idea is if you attune to everybody here, okay, you make a collective with everyone here, and then Rose
Mhm.
teleports to Eriabor. You could make a new one with Emmeline and Chad and everyone there, but it would dissolve the old one.
The current
Does that
one.
make
Okay.
sense?
But you can make it as many
Yeah.
times as you want.
You just spend the minute doing the
Oh,
ritual,
okay.
and
Okay.
you can create it. Yeah.
I thought it was like just the one a day.
No,
Okay.
no. It just resets after a long rest.
I dissolve
Mechanically.
it and then re-up it specifically just without Aureus.
I would talk to like, hey Ken, can you talk to Rose for me real quick?
Intermediate. Make everybody else intermediary.
They've got me
Yep.
blocked. Can I borrow your phone real quick?
Exactly.
Exactly. No.
Okay. So, as you stand here on the deck, the hot air from the massive lava sinkhole before you kind of causing your hair to billow out as the warmth courses across your skin and makes you sweat just a little bit. You secure yourselves together with the rope of climbing that has been used for this purpose so many times, and it serves a good purpose. Having the whole party tethered together is nice.
It's about to get melted by fucking lava. Gone forever.
You guys step towards the edge of the ant. Anything else? Anything you guys want to do before you dive?
Before you
Yeah.
die.
Enos
Running.
puts his hand on Rose's shoulder and does that thing where you push, make them think they're gonna fall, and then you pull them back. Save your life.
I will probably embolden Bond at the moment we decide to jump, and then I said we do a running jump.
Yeah, get as much
And now
like
that
horizontal distance.
now that we're all tied to fucking together, the one of us who biffs it is gonna drag everybody back down.
Well, no one's gonna biff it. It's fine.
Uh-huh.
You want me to
Now
bless
that
us as
you
well?
said it,
I can bless
Gonna
us
biff
as
it.
well.
Sure. If you'd like.
You're that worried about us biffing it.
I'm not exactly athletic, if you have not noticed.
Then neither am I. I walk with a cane half the time.
So we're gonna fuck it up.
Pick up your feet, jump at the end. You'll be fine.
feel like this is not how this works.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yay!
Ah!
All right, so what are you stacking onto it?
All right,
And-
golden bond.
Okay.
Use the
And I wouldn't bother with bless because it doesn't affect
Okay.
skill checks.
Then I'm not going to use a golden bond. Well, bless.
Okay,
Can
so everybody's
I-
under the effect of Emboldened Bond as you all run towards the edge and leap.
Don't forget, you guys have inspiration.
Yep.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
Right,
Just don't
good.
biff it, you guys.
Our final check for this game this session will be an athletics check, a group athletics check.
God.
With your Emboldened Bond, so an extra
Group
D4 for
athletics.
everybody. As you run towards the
it.
edge, the little bits of loose rope between each of you kind of being tugged as your bodies twist and move. You do that final step up onto the banister and leap as a group. Everybody roll me athletics.
This sucks.
This sucks.
Still got it in me.
Oh, Oh yeah.
Told you. I
Okay,
fucking
flash
told
check
you.
is
Whoa!
Rose.
Oh!
Flash
Okay.
check
I'm
is
not-
Rose.
Oh!
Flash on Rose, okay? Okay.
I
I'm
really don't want
so
to use my
good at
inspiration on this because
this.
I know we're gonna need it.
16 for me, so that's 9 plus 4 for Rose.
I'm so
So
good at
13
this
for
game.
Rose, 18. Okay.
19.
23 for me.
That definitely
Helps.
helps. All right. You leap off, and Rose, there's that moment of hesitation. And
Yep.
as you kind of like stop, you feel Eodos's hand on your arm again. Eodos, you grab them by the arm with the thorns and the vines on it, and they dig into your hand. You feel that little puncture in your palm, but you grab them and yank them over the edge with the rest of you as you all. And that's where we're going to end this week's session.
First, wasn't it your
Yeah.
idea to teleport and just nosedive and have problems with jumping this time?
No. That was the assault on the city, and I had a plan. This is jumping into a pit full of lava, tied
That's the
together,
plan. With Featherfall.
and then hopefully not splatter against the ground. Yep. Or, if we drift and then hit a fucking lava wall and burn to death.
We're fine.
We're
fine.
fine.
We're fine.
We're perfectly
This is
fine.
so much worse than dropping 2 miles out of the sky onto a tower.
We're not even falling as far.
I know, and it's worse.
How is it worse?
I
You're
just
immune to fire.
don't know what that means to lava.
A little bit of a reminder.
And also, I might be, but nobody else is.
Remember, most of us are resistant to fire. It's fine.
We'll just have to skedaddle when we hit the lava.
Exactly.
Just move.
Just
No big
swim
deal.
really quickly.
Yeah. Through the lava.
Through the lava.
Yes.
Yes.
I like being able to explore Pharastia a little bit better. I felt like we may have gone through Terastia a little too fast, so building the city up has been fun. That was a lot of fun.
We were in a hurry.
Yeah. Didn't expect you to sleep with Selfie. That wasn't something I saw coming.
The moment
They-
you started drinking with her and wanted to talk with her later, I'm like, Rose gonna do something.
It was a hard day yesterday, and then we couldn't drink. And they're lonely.
Makes sense.
And you made them be extremely vulnerably, emotionally vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. The party did do that.
I recall nothing.
You should use greater illusion so you can have Taz or Thorn with you.
Oh.
I don't know how Selfie would have felt about that.
Strange.
It's a bit weird.
What about?
I'm not
I thought
saying
about.
with selfie there.
Oh. Oh.
I was
Well,
saying,
what the fuck is the greater illusion gonna do?
is it the greater illusion? One of them lets it be like an actual object that you can
Major
interact with.
image or
Major
no,
image. That's what
I don't know that any of them actually let you
They're all
interact with
illusion
them.
magic,
No.
yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm thinking of the illusionist subclass because one of them has a thing where you could interact with it.
I think that illusionist does, yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking of then.
Because I think it's more
Okay,
along the lines you create a copy of yourself as like a distraction. Oh wait, I think there is a spell that I had in a campaign once, but I can't remember what it's called. It was an illusion spell. It was essentially like you would create like a physical copy of yourself as a distraction, misdirect or something like that.
Interesting.
Yes. That was because the astral elf in Electric Boogaloo.
Mislead.
Yeah.
So
He
you
had that.
become invisible at the same time that an illusory double of you appears where you are standing. The double lasts for the duration, but the invisibility ends if you attack or cast a spell. You can use your action to move your illusory double up to twice your speed and make it gesture, speak, and behave in whatever way you choose. You can see through its eyes and hear through its ears as if you were located where it is. On each of your turns as a bonus action, you can switch from using its senses to using your own or back again. While you're using its senses, you are blinded and deafened, and you're in regard to your own surroundings.
That was
How-
the spell that the astral elf guy used
Right.
that got Cosmo killed.
Oh no!
Yeah, 'cause
Right.
I
Cosmo
did
Mhm.
find the thing. It is the illusion subclass. It is for 14th level. It's called illusory reality. You can make an inanimate, non-magical object real for 1 minute.
Interesting. That sounds
I mean,
1
there's
minute's
also
not long
College
enough.
of Creation where you can
Right.
make an object out of.
1 minute.
Well, I
That
thought it
is
was
really
did
cool, though.
other stuff, but you can just make any object and then make it real.
For a minute.
Yes.
Right.
Still cool.
For
So you could you can make a bridge and cross it, and then make it because you can also like have it look as an illusion, make it semi-reality, cross the bridge, and then make it still illusion. So people are like, oh, he crossed the bridge, we can go after him, and then fall through it.
Ah!
But that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah. I did for like half a moment. I did think about asking her how close she was with that other guy. I can't remember his
Leon.
name.
Leon.
No, the
yeah.
other
Oh,
one.
Raging.
Oh, Irvine?
Yeah.
Oh.
Irvine. But
You didn't ask.
I was like, nah.
Apparently
I feel
not
like
close
we're gonna
enough.
bang every race there is within D&D at this rate.
What?
Uh,
I said at this rate you're gonna bang every race in D&D.
Probably. I mean, I don't know about every race. There's definitely some that I would
Nope,
have
you're getting them
problems
all.
with, I think. Oh,
That's the new
gotta collect
that's
them
the new
all.
mission of this. Yep.
Oh, no.
That
I've
means
got dragon,
we're gonna have to
changeling.
go back into the astral sea. You're gonna have to get with that beholder
I
that
don't.
we met. You gotta
Is that
get
a
with
race?
the Mind
Has to be a
Flayer.
playable race.
The
we
Mind
gotta
Flayer.
Are these playable races? I don't know about this.
The Evolver's not a playable race, and neither is a Mind Flayer.
Right?
Aw.
not with that attitude, they're
Kane.
not.
I heard that, Kane.
What?
I bet Cade would let us play a beholder if we do.
Maybe.
Let me
Hey.
level up and unlock different eye beams.
You're just like a
I've
baby
got a.
beholder. When you start off, you just got the one little eye stalk.
Oh.
Just shoots little cantrips out.
But I've got a tabaxi, dragon, changeling,
Human.
whatever. Yeah,
Tiefling.
human, whatever Jamna was.
She was a halfling. God, I forgot about Jamna.
Oh, talking about the halfling that was with us during the caravan.
Yeah, the one who was part of
The little thief girl.
Yeah, it wasn't the Harpers. No, was she Harper?
I thought she was Harper.
No, she
I
was
think
the other
yeah,
one.
I thought she was the other one.
Yeah, I
Whatever
don't
the
remember
thief
the name of the
like
group.
one was.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now I have to find her past story arcs. Here we go.
Yep.
Got Malachi's Despair, Ascension of Colonnade, Feywild Strike Back, The Earthdale, The Watchtower of Acheron, Parnast in the Underdark, Once Upon a Time in Acheron, Goblinopolis, Feywild, 1468, Astral Sea, Gallandar, Nether Mountains, Heart of Ken, Robert Chain's Merry Men, Greenfields, Platinum
Oh,
Keep,
God.
Seathon's Lair. And that's just when I started organizing it, guys. I don't remember fighting the Bone Golem, but you guys must have fought a Bone Golem. Oh, I remember that now. Yeah, yeah.
gets up to too much shenanigans, or you just can't keep track.
You're not my real dad.
She was a gnome, Jamna Gleamsilver. And she was part of the Zentarum. That's what it was. I knew it wasn't the
that one.
Harpers. Because Leosin was the Harper.
Whoops.
Whoops. That's fine. You guys didn't end up needing either the Harpers or the Zentarum. You just did it on your own.
Right? You're like, nah, that's fine. Bye.
We don't need third-party help.
Nope.
Right. Plus, we got most of the Zentarum killed, I think.
Yeah.
Probably a good thing, maybe.
Eh,
I think
I mean, I
Rokai
feel
ate
like
them, right?
yeah,
Yep.
Yeah.
Burned and or ate them.
sure
Because
did.
if you think about it, they're all about money, and if someone was offering them money, like, "Hey, you want to join our dark army?" They'd probably be like, "Sure."
You guys were solving problems before they were even problems.
So yeah, exactly. We're ahead
Zentarum
of the
can't
game.
join the Dark Army if the Zentarum are all dragon fruit.
Dead.
Exactly. Planning ahead.
Exactly.
Probably should have recruited the Harpers though. Like,
I think they probably hate us at this point.
They don't really hate. That's not really the Harper way.
Leosin definitely probably doesn't like us
they
very
might
much.
be annoyed at some of us.
I wouldn't say hate.
We definitely abandoned him to die.
Did we? I don't think we ever abandoned anyone.
We sure
Well,
didn't
you
go
knew
help
you
him.
knew that he had been captured and were being held. He did end
Yeah.
up getting out narratively. His paladin buddy on Tharfroom
We sure
managed
didn't do
to get
anything
him,
to help him.
but he definitely was captured and tortured for a while before that happened.
Right? And I feel it, like I have the feeling that I antagonized Anther Froome
Oh yeah,
the first time we met him.
oh yeah, because he was just a noble paladin of
Wasn't he
Torm.
Helm?
Torm. I'm pretty sure it's Torm. I think we did this
I
last
think we
time. 'Cause
talked about this,
I
yes.
thought it was Helm as well. And it's actually Torm.
Yeah. Yeah, you said it wasn't Helm because you said we had met somebody who was,
Yeah, and then I was like, wait,
and then
no,
you're like, no,
you
actually
didn't.
not.
Hold on, and I had to, yeah, Torm. I had to like
Yeah.
redo my little script in my head really quick. You guys get busy, and it's not like missing one side quest is going to completely side rail the whole game.
We gotta
If
do
you
them all.
if you could do everything, then it wouldn't be as pressing. The fact that things slip through the cracks and get missed or can't be dealt with in time or aren't dealt with until they become a huge problem. That's what makes the story feel real and alive. I mean,
Right.
at least
I
to
feel
me.
like
Time travel. It's fine. We'll go back and fix it.
You can't. You
No.
have time traveled. You don't know how to make
It's
that
already
work
done.
again.
We did it the one time, that was it.
You wished for
Can't do
something
it
that
again.
had already happened, and so the wish spell was like, I mean, sure, you already did that, so I guess you should probably go do that.
Guess you should self-fulfill that prophecy.
Yep.
Nicholas needs to write to himself multiple times at once again.
That was so funny. You stupid idiot. It's like the only time Nick got sassy with people. He got sassy with
And it was
himself.
himself. Yep.
He told himself this is important. And what did he do? He forgot it.
Oh, he did. Well, he just was like, okay, sure,
that was weird.
whatever, me. That was weird, and just didn't take it as seriously initially until you got back to him and went, "Hey, dumbass, you didn't do the."
Seriously.
Oh
When I tell myself to do something, I mean it.
man,
Are you sure? Because you didn't do it.
No, I did do it. It just took 2 times.
yeah. I mean, he assumed that if it was important, you'll use another sending. If it's really that important that you're willing to corrupt the timeline, you'll use another sending.
You could do it again.
Which is exactly what happened.
Exactly.
See, that's how you know you never did something bad enough. Like, just keep going, because if you truly did something terrible, someone would come back in time and tell you.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's also a proof as to why time travel doesn't exist. Also,
Yeah.
like, theoretically, we may just be living in the one reality in which time travel doesn't exist, and that every time it exists, a new reality is branched off from
Splintered.
ours, in which that one does in time travel exists in that timeline, but it's not ours.
Or
Because it doesn't.
whoever invented time travel is smart enough to be like, yeah, probably shouldn't use it.
Or if you only use it to observe, literally only observe. That's
Just
the only
like
way
a
that you can
scribe.
maintain
Yeah.
continuity. Aside from that, yeah, any action, any change, any deviation is going to ripple. And
Mhm.
eventually the world will try to reassert itself like normality, but it won't look exactly the same.
I do
I
think
love
that'd be
time
like a
travel.
cool ability, just to be able to always see what happened in the past. Maybe not, you can't interact with it, but you could always see what happened.
That would be pretty cool. There's a blood hunter ability that does that.
Oh, that's cool.
Hold on. Called because I know that Travis used it like all the fucking time.
Oh, and
Grim
campaign 3.
psychometry. Yeah. You gain a supernatural talent for discerning the secrets surrounding mysterious relics or places touched by evil. When you make an intelligence history check to recall information about the sinister or tragic history of an object you are touching or the current location you're in, you have advantage at the check. At the DM's discretion, a suitably high roll might cause your character to experience brief visions of the past connected to the object or location.
That's pretty
That's
cool.
cool.
It's a very
Kind
good
of like
narrative
Legends
tool.
lore.
Yeah. I love those types of things where it's like, okay, cool. A way for me to just dump
Tell you.
information.
Yeah, right.
I didn't expect you guys to message the dragons. Like when you were saying, "Oh, I gotta send a sending, Ken," I thought you were gonna do the tabaxi out in the ant,
That's what I thought too.
and tell them it was safe to come in. And then you were like, "We gotta message the dragons." I'm like, "Oh,
Oh, oh,
haven't done that in a minute."
oh. That is not a conversation I want to have.
I don't think Orius ever met the dragons, has he?
No.
Your first meeting with them is going to go so poorly.
Yeah.
Orius
It's
is an
fine.
upstanding citizen. There's
No,
nothing he
yeah,
could do.
they won't mind you. I think it's some of the rest of us,
I'm sure
specifically
Orius
probably
can
Rose.
calm them down.
One of the rest of us in particular.
One of the rest of us. Okay, fine.
Don't worry, Orius will be there to calm them down. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll definitely enjoy that. You be condescending to him.
I mean, Gold Dragonborn, it might just be in their nature.
We'll just be best of buds. It's fine.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure I can
The worst
even
that could
get
happen.
the silver
Yeah.
dragon to be friendly with me. I'm sure.
Oh yeah, I'm sure
All-
she would
all you
also
have
love that.
She'd be fine if people just showed her the respect she was due and acted in their position and understood that she was an ancient silver dragon.
And is
She'd be
therefore better than
perfectly
you.
fine. She's not going to say that. I'm not going to say that.
In every way.
Just have to teach her the power of friendship, and she'll change her ways.
But see,
God, I want to see that.
Tazmikella is the one who learned that lesson. And Odari saw what happened there.
I don't know if that was the power of friendship. I think that was the power of love.
It's the
We're
power of
doing
love.
we're going the other way. We're going power of friendship. We'll teach her the power of friendship.
Seduce
power.
Odari Leocarnus. Got it.
Oh no.
Ow.
Oh no.
I want to see Rose try that.
Sleep with
could
all
you-
your siblings.
I was about to say, did you think when you were talking about the harem thing that Rose's harem would actually just be your entire family? Jen?
Dude, I swear to fucking God.
I mean, that's why I got together in the beginning with Tess in the first place, is because it was
That's-
funny because it bothered you,
Yep. That was
because she was your
100% it.
sister.
Yep.
I was
Such
like,
a
I have
petty
dragon
reason.
siblings, and then the next
Rose
morning,
is just like, I'm gonna fuck one.
I'm gonna fuck one of them.
All right, always never tell Rose about any of your siblings. Aerith, hide your siblings. Aerith.
Hide your mom,
Hide your mom.
Aerith has hot siblings. He has
right?
established that there are multiple hot Zatara
Yeah.
siblings out there
There
that
I think you
are.
can meet him.
They're not
diplomats
all
and
in one place. They're all different places.
they were gathering, if you remember correctly. That's
They
why he
were
ran.
gathering. That's why I ran.
All right, Eidos, do you have any family?
Mm-mm. And not
All
from
right,
I don't
we'll
want Rose
find
to
one.
fuck
We
him,
will
but
find your
because
long lost
you guys,
stepsisters.
the
Rose
thing
gonna
is,
subdue.
you saw the family that he had get wiped
They're all
out by
dead.
the fucking cult.
Yeah.
That was brutal.
yeah,
That was mean. But she wanted to know what you would do.
All right, Rose.
Swing a sword, that's what I would do.
Yup. Never
Nice.
stop swinging.
If I had to,
Sometimes it's an axe, sometimes it's two swords.
Yep.
Which one of
Slice and
Aerith's
dice until
siblings
it's
are
done.
you seducing?
Eventually it'll be a scythe and everybody's gonna die, but you know what? It'll happen.
Oh man.
I don't know, Eris, how many siblings do you have?
Kate currently has the list. I forgot.
I think it was 4
yeah, I was about
total.
to say, I think I remember 4 being thrown around.
'Cause I remember
We met the eldest.
the eldest
Question mark?
sister.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't she like a knight? Or something?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Was
she was
she
a-
was
Yeah,
one of the
eldest
knights.
knight fighter.
She was a little intense for me. So probably not that one.
You can
Well,
fix her.
I also
Rose
still need a
did.
name for you, Aerith, for your first love that you came
Oh,
up during the
crap.
trauma discussion. Either that or I'm just going to use Zach, which I like Zach, so if you just want to go with that, we could do
Yeah,
that.
that's fine.
Okay.
Zach is fine. I did
let's
think
see.
of Zach. I was just like, that would be funny because of, Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah.
What else? Zach is Aerith's first love.
And then after we wrap things up, you come across somebody else. Like, hey, hi, my name's Cloud.
I know you, I think,
I
or I'm pretending to.
know.
So
I've
weird,
imprinted.
right? It was Fauna was her name, right? Yeah,
Oh, the one we met.
that was the one you met. Yeah.
Probably
Let's
go
see.
after
So,
one of the dead maps.
so you gotta go. Yeah, you gotta go for one of the other 3. Is that what you're saying, Rose?
Probably. What are your other siblings like?
God.
That's a great question. So anyway,
No, you have to tell us.
I know.
You
Otherwise, it's
can't-
Talk about our
entrapment.
families now. While
You
we
can't
fall down
sleep
this
with them.
lava hole, we
I
have to
don't
talk
have
about our
to
family.
say shit.
You can't sleep with them if I don't build them into complete characters.
Exactly.
That might just make it easier.
I'm just like
Right?
scrolling through our talk, and for some reason we were talking about the oh god, I can't remember the name of the MMO now with the Elios and the I
Elios.
can't. Yeah, all I saw was you shouted at me, "You furback," and it reminded me of it. It was like Aeon, that was what it was.
Oh, okay.
It was some years
Ion.
ago. Ion, that's what. Right. I'm just scrolling through our chat because I know I sent you.
Yeah, it's because you chose the. I can't remember what they're called. like dark elves, and I chose the light elves.
Yeah, I was the you said the Elios and the I can't remember, but essentially, like, because it was one of those MMOs where you have two different factions that are at war with each other, PvP's enabled, there was a lot of just, like, friendly hate between the two sides.
Yeah.
So the Elios, who lived on the bright side of the planet that was constantly in the sun, were known as the Sunsuckers. And the other race that lived on, like, the dark side of the planet, which was constantly in shadow, they grew up to be more, like, bestial in nature, so that they had, like, manes that would go down their backs, so they were called the Furbacks.
Furbacks.
I can't find it. Here we go. 3 brothers and 3 sisters. Leovalur,
Damn.
Christina, Ravellana, Vafir, Fina, and Theron.
Alright, take
Alright,
your
well,
pick.
yeah, I guess it sounds like
Damn.
everybody gets. Guess that's just where we're at now.
I think
Go ahead.
I think we also determined like what like their profession
Mhm.
is.
They're
Right, give me a little bit more to work
your
on.
oldest brother and sister are diplomats from Lintier. Leovalur
Okay.
is
No
in
thanks.
Launton, and Tristina is currently in Am. Ravellana is a dedicated monk within Candlekeep, where she
thanks.
has extended her studies. You hear from her from time to time, but even though she's one of the closest to you, she keeps a distance from the family. Vafir met a nobleman named Dagult Neverember and joined him on his quest to restore his ancestral home of Neverwinter. He's been helping coordinate the reconstruction up there since. And Theron was always
What was the? I'm sorry. What was the dude's name?
Which
Vafir?
one?
No, not his brother or sister. Whichever one
Dagult.
met the Doggle.
Yep, Dagult Neverember is his name. Dagult is his name. That's why
Okay, yeah, that's that's what I wanted to. Like, that's a name. That's a powerful name.
and then
Right.
Theron is down in Schult studying the ancient remnants of civilization there, similar to the one that you had explored alongside a very, very familiar Jax.
Fuck that guy.
The
Eh.
bitch.
Two are diplomats, which no thanks. The monk, nah, that's whatever. Sounds like one is in a relationship, and I don't fuck with that. So I got 3 to choose from.
Your pick.
And then, of course, Fina is the knight who kind of serves for the king within. Elf City, Lintier.
Lintier.
Elf City.
Elf City.
I mean, that's what it translates to. So that's what my brain needed to find it. Is it literally means the city of the elves?
In the Elfwood.
And yeah, within the Elfwood. Which is why the Elfwood is called Ferelin, because it means
Elfwood.
I'm creative and not.
Next
Just
time,
like real
next
life.
time I'm just gonna be an orphan like everybody else.
Hey, you saw Rose tried to be an orphan. I gave them
Didn't
a
work.
whole family. Like
Can you imagine? Like, all these stories, taking families away. No, you're getting a fucker.
I mean,
You get
Robert's
one. You don't have a
family he
choice.
thought was dead, and then Sebas came back.
And then died
that's the
again.
best twist is when you
Yeah,
think
then
that
he
you're
died.
alone and you find out that you're not, because your character is forced to confront that they were wrong all along and see
Or
everything through
avoids
that
it.
new lens, or they just avoid it, you know, or it breaks them, or it galvanizes them. It's such a good tool to drive narrative growth, and like every one of your characters has grown so much since we started.
See, don't make
Figuratively
them an
and
orphan. Just
literally.
have your family slowly die out by the time you reach adulthood.
or just explain that they all died in front of you and never came back, and their bodies are burned and turned to dust.
Yeah, they got
I mean,
disintegrated.
They got disintegrated.
Aureus's mom got sick, like died of like some sickness, and his dad got hit by a carriage and died. Like
Did
he
you
straight
just
up just
did
got
he just not move out of the way? They're not
No,
particularly
the
quick.
carriage rammed into him.
Yeah,
Like, the carriage
they can
turned
go fast. Yeah.
Yeah, the carriage turned into him and hit him in the head, and he like slammed his head on the pavement and killed him instantly.
It was legitimately something that would kill commoners
Concussion.
back then because the nobles would just charge through those tiny
You're
ass
like,
little
whatever,
cobblestone
bye.
streets, not caring. Yeah.
Yep.
So that's
I guess.
100%. Yeah.
So I feel like Aureus' parents died in the most anticlimactic and goofy way.
Mundane.
Just normal
Simple
causes.
deaths.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just
I mean,
made the
his
mistake of
guy
saying
who-
like, "Oh, he left home," and Kate is just like, oh, "Okay, family."
Yeah.
That will be brought up later.
It will. Hey, it was
Honestly-
just gonna be you and your mom, and then you brought in Fina and everyone else. So this, I
I
love it.
had to build on it.
The dwarf
and
you
could
do.
be alive,
Hmm?
maybe. Who took him in?
Who?
The dwarf that took Aureus in after his parents died, who taught him to
Mhm.
be a blacksmith. I don't know if he's dead or alive.
Oh.
Could
Kate
be.
is writing
He-
notes. Kate
he's-
is writing notes. You
he's
can hear
part
the
of the-
paper
he's
scraping.
part of the
when
cult.
city was last I saw him
He's
was when
part
the
of the
city was under
cult.
siege, and he
Yeah.
just bought time so Aureus could get out. That's the last I saw him.
Ambiguous family member.
Did friend, mentor, mentor would probably be the best.
Mhm.
Where's his name?
Also, Aerith, I'm randomly picking the one who went to Am. Is that one of your brothers or sisters?
You're gonna have
Guess
to
it
ask
doesn't matter,
Cade. He
but-
has the list.
Heading to pinned messages now. Jump.
Yeah.
Let's see. The one who went to Am was Tristina.
So that's my
Okay, so
second
one of your
oldest
sisters.
sister.
All right, that'll work.
That's the diplomat. Yeah.
No, wait, you said there were 2 diplomats and then
Yeah.
otherwise.
The 2 diplomats were sent to Launton and Am,
No, I misunderstood.
and then one was sent to Candlekeep. Well, wasn't sent, but has secluded herself in Candlekeep as the monks do.
Right,
As
those are
Ken
the
is
3 that
aware,
I'm
'cause
not
that's where
interested in.
he was raised. The one that met the nobleman and joined him on his quest to restore his home is up in Neverwinter, which is way to the north. That was actually where Hadrian wanted to take Jaeger,
Mhm.
because
Actually,
it
it sounds like I only
everything.
have one option. So I guess I'm going with the
your
guy
sis-
who's
he has the
randomly in
sister
Schultz.
who has the sister who's the soldier in
Yeah, I'm
in
not interested in that either.
Frontier, and then the one who is just fascinated with the past. And honestly, you can turn into a T-Rex, so that would probably be intriguing
Right?
for him.
Neat. Okay. Sold.
Oh, damn
Theron.
it.
Theron is the one you're going to be
There you
searching
go.
for.
That's my
So is that
youngest
your
brother.
youngest? Perfect. Even better. How
Okay.
young are we talking? Your elves.
It's like 75, 80. He's old enough to
Okay.
like start learning about what he wants to do with the rest of
That's
his
fine.
centuries,
Dang,
but he's still
100-year-old plus dragon.
Yeah. I just didn't want him to be too young.
yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
They just
Big
wanted to be like 30.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I was about
Or
to say,
somehow
what
he
was...
was like 12 or something.
I was about to say, what
I
was
don't know.
the age of elves that become adults? What's that age again?
It's so
Like 50, isn't it?
you physically mature at the same rate as humans, okay? So you do hit physical maturity around like puberty around 10 to 12, physical maturity around 25 or so. But because elves stay at that physical maturity of 25 until they're like 400, where they finally then start to age into their final century, which is just shy of like where Oni was. He was probably like a decade or so from starting to like really go gray.
Get old.
Yeah. The culture, because you end up living for so long, doesn't really recognize you as a human until you've spent, or not human, as an adult, until you've spent enough time really understanding who you are. And when you have 5 centuries of life, they want you to spend at least that first century figuring out who you are and what you want to do. So until you turn 100, you're pretty much just allowed to try different things, experiment, learn or train different crafts or skills, so that when you become an adult at 100, you can truly join the community as an adult. And
You
that's
get a
usually like
gap century.
exactly.
Found the name. Cube-Roar Anvilbender.
Hell yeah.
Whew.
That is not
Ano-
showing up
Right.
in my memory at all. I need to reread Aureus's.
Another name, dude.
Is that in your drive?
Wait, did you say
It's in my
Anvilbender?
bio, my character sheet bio.
Oh, okay. I'll
You
Can
say
you
the
hit us
Anvil
with the
Bender?
name one more time?
Yeah.
Cube Roar, Anvil
Cube
Bender.
Roar?
So CHUBROR.
Anvil
It's
Bender.
better than Chub Roar.
Is during the attack,
It was in
he
Aglaron. Right,
yes,
right.
Ragnaron. His mentor told him to run while he picked up like a anvil, or not an anvil. He picked up like a shield and probably a club or a mace because he's a dwarf, and went to help defend the city while Aureus ran. And then Aureus got pinned by the people, and then that's when the followers of Amalter found him and helped him.
Oh, I'm seeing what you wrote there. I see you took a note. You definitely took a note. Nah, I
Oh,
just
with
said yeah, up right up there in your allies and organizations. That little bit that was added right there at the end.
Yep.
Yep, I see that. I see what's going on.
I feel you.
Okay.
Aureus will remember this.
Wow.
Yeah, he never actually saw him die. He assumed he died because pretty much the entire city was destroyed, but
I see. I see. I will re-up myself on Aureus lore. Because I don't think I've read that in 5 years.
Right.
I mean,
I
that
remembered
was
him
what,
being
5 years ago?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
New
I was saying
Aureus Lord.
it's 4.5 years. October 1st will be, or the first Saturday in October will be the 5-year mark for this game.
Oh my god.
Yep.
So we're just over the 4.5-year mark of almost weekly games. That's awesome. It's crazy,
Right.
but it's awesome.
Yeah.
I
I
just
was
look
talking
through
also about in game that I think it was 5 years since the fall of Algeron.
it. Yes, I believe that is
Maybe
correct.
6 years? 5 or 6.
I didn't realize I made both your characters come from Aglaron. Oh,